Fox Sports.
We are Black Hawks. We are Ohio.
In their final game before the All-Star break, the Indians went out and spanked the Yankees at Progressive Field to earn a split in the 4-game series. This is a club that has opened up a 7.5 game lead in the American League Central Division. And they begin play tonight in Texas with their eyes still focused on the prize of a world championship. Indians, Rangers tonight in Arlington, Texas, where it will be absolutely sweltering. Hi again, everyone. Matt Underwood alongside Rick Manning. Arch, one thing you have to give Chris Antonetti and Mike Chernoff, who run the Indians front office organization, credit for. They didn't sit back and say, well, we're in pretty good shape here. They went out aggressively attacking prior to the trade deadline, and they addressed the biggest need this club has.
They knew what they had to do, and that was back end of the bullpen help, and Brad Hand is the guy. 29 saves, or 24 out of 29 saves this year, 2-4 record, but he's a guy that's been there and has done it before. He's certainly going to help the back end of that bullpen, and not only him, they get a right-hander, Adam Simber, who's a young rookie, and they got him for Francisco Mejia, so they selected the contract of also Milky Cabrera, who was recalled, and Yandy Diaz, and they optioned out a couple of players. So now we start the second half, and it's all good.
Yeah, some new faces to talk about, and we'll see how the ball club plays tonight here in Texas as we get things underway. Back with the play-by-play. We'll check in with Andre Knott, all straight ahead, right here on Sports Time Ohio.
Cleveland Indians baseball is brought to you by Who But WB Mason, the official office supplier of the Cleveland Indians. And by your Northern Ohio Honda dealers. Made in Ohio, Ohio proud.
Resume play here in Arlington, Texas, where the Indians will take on the Rangers in a 3-game weekend series. Tribe comes in 52-43 on the year, 7.5 games better than second-place Minnesota in the AL Central. Texas, other end of the spectrum, dead last in the AL West, a mark of 41 wins, 56 losses, 22 games out of first place. And we'll get more into both of these clubs once we get underway here tonight. But before we do that, let's go downstairs to Andre, not because we've got news, comings and goings, some new guys. Welcome back, Andre. You have our Hear Right sounds of the game.
Yes, it's good to be back with you boys, and it's good to get ready for the second half. The Indians bullpen will look a little different after the moves that were made yesterday. So today we sat down with Brad Hand, talked to Tito about what the roles will be for the new guys out in the bullpen.
We didn't ever like many conversations about what inning I'll be pitching in. I'm comfortable pitching in any, situation. Whether it's in the 7th, 8th, or 9th, I'll be ready to go. So, whenever he decides to put me in the game, I'm comfortable with it.
I think our guys do a really good job of not having much ego down there. I already talked to Cody and talked to Brad and talked to Simber, and when that phone rings, they'll be ready to pitch. And I told them if they have a question, come talk to me, because I don't want to get in their way. And if I need to adjust, I can, but I want them to communicate with me.
Communication, that's a key to Tito's success over the years. The open door policy, making sure everybody understands so that there are no surprises.
Well, and there won't be. They'll fit right in. When you've got when you're coming from the Padres over to the Indians and you're on a first place club now, they don't want to ruffle any feathers. They want to fit right in and try and do it seamlessly, and I'm sure they will. So let's check out tonight's Northern Ohio Hyundai starting pitcher for the Texas Rangers. Martin Perez is 2-4 with a 767 earned run average. It's his 7th start this year and his 2nd start since returning from the disabled list. And he pitched against the Indians once last year, went 6 innings, gave up 6 hits, 3 runs. The other 2 times he got bombed. So in his career, he's 0-2 with a 9.20 ERA.
The Indians starting lineup for Terry Francona, brought to you by Progressive Insurance. The right-handed bats prominently featured tonight. Lindor leads it off. Michael Brantley bats second. Jose Ramirez is third. Edwin Encarnacion in the cleanup spot. Then Brandon Guyer will bat fifth. Yandy Diaz back with the big league club on a short-term basis. He'll DH and hit 6th. Jason Kipnis at second base hitting 7th. And Roberto Perez, who will be catching Trevor Bauer tonight. And Rajay Davis batting 9th.
Let's set the defense for the Rangers. They are rated last in the league. They have made 75 errors and turned 96 double plays. It'll be Gallo in left to Shields in center, Chu over and right. On the infield, Beltre is at third base, Andrus the shortstop, Odor is at second, Guzman at first, Chirinos doing the catching.
Sam Holbrook, the crew chief, will call the balls and strikes tonight. Jim Wolf at first, DJ Rayburn at second, Ryan Blackney is your third base umpire. And we're ready to go as Francisco Lindor, one of 6 Indians All-Stars this year, will lead it off. And Arch, you could say the Indians have 7 All-Stars since Brad Hand was acquired.
Well, that's true.
The wide and the first pitch, and we're underway. It's in there, a strike, a fastball, catches the inside corner. Fouled back. The official game time temperature 107 degrees. That's 2 degrees shy of the all-time high of 109 here in Arlington, but we may hit that or exceed it tomorrow or Sunday.
Well, and it's still the highest temperature in this ballpark. It was 106 prior to that.
Ground ball to short. Andrus takes care of that. Lindor retired, 1 down. August 6, 2011, the Indians played here in Arlington in the new ballpark, if you will. And that was the game Archie was talking about. The Indians with a great 9th inning. 4 runs in the 9th to beat the Rangers. Well, look how young Jason Kipnis looking.
Wow,
fresh shaven.
2011.
Babyface Kipnis. Here's Michael Brantley. He had an RBI in the All-Star game. Look at that, huh?
Yeah, you got to take a photo and show him.
He might not even been shaven yet. Brantley looks at a fastball. That's in for a strike. It's 0-2. Michael with a hit in 5 straight games going into the All-Star break, 7 for 19. Low and away.
Perez made a start before the All-Star break. It was in Baltimore. He pitched well. Pitched 7 innings, gave up 5 hits and just 1 run allowed. Although he took the loss in that game because it was a 1-0 win by Baltimore, but pitched very well.
Missed inside, and that's been the Rangers' problem of late. They've lost 10 out of their last 13 because they're averaging 3 runs a ball game. And you've got to pitch almost perfect, play defense perfect when you're not scoring.
Yeah.
Bradley a swing and a miss, and Martin Perez strikes him out 2 away.
Well, he's going to go inside with it. Could have been a changeup right there, down and in, well located.
So with 2 down, here is Jose Ramirez. '29 home runs, tied for the league lead. J.D. Martinez. Takes down low.
Good numbers no matter how you slice it for Jose.
And a ground ball to short, backhanded by Elvis Andrus. And a good throw gets Ramirez. The Indians go 1-2-3. Trevor Bauer on the hill to face the Rangers lineup when we come back.
Honda starting pitcher. Trevor having a very nice year. 2.24 ERA, second best in the league. He made 1 start against the Rangers earlier this year. Was a no decision. He went 6 2/3. They gave up 4 hits and a couple of runs. He ended up winning that ball game. He's 1-0 in his career in 5 starts.
Jeff Bannister's starting lineup for Texas looks like this. Shin-Soo Choo leads it off. Willie Calhoun just called up from AAA will DH and bat second. Elvis Andrus hits third. Then it's Adrian Beltre, Rougned Odor, Ronald Guzman, Robinson Chirinos, Joey Gallo, and Delano DeShields batting ninth. Shin-Soo Choo fouls one off of his front foot. Got that protection on there. Might have caught him just above the shoe on the bottom of the shin. Choo's in a pretty good place offensively right now. He has reached base in 51 straight games. That's a Rangers franchise record. Longest on-base streak in the majors this year.
Well, that's what they're hanging on to. He's been remarkable.
Spun him out of the way with a good fastball. The last player with a streak longer than Shoes was Kevin Millar of Baltimore back in 07 when he reached in 52 straight. In off the plate.
Yeah, Chu just turned 36 years old.
Doesn't seem possible, does it?
No, it doesn't. But he's in right field primarily. He's been a lot DHing, and there it is.
52 straight for Shin-Soo Choo on base. And he leads it off with a single. And he's hit now in 21 of his last 23 games.
Had a pinch hit in the All-Star game and also did a nice job. So there's one right down the middle that he takes advantage of, a fastball, 93. And they were playing him over to pull, so he gets it into center field. The streak continues until tomorrow. Since '98, you can see the streaks. And Orlando Cabrera, 63 games.
Willie Calhoun. 94 games at AAA. He batted .306. Had 28 doubles. 8 homers, 42 runs batted in. Made his major league debut with the Rangers last year. Good pick by Roberto Perez. Boy, that one looked like it was headed to the backstop, and he was able to come up with it.
Well, he knows with Bauer on the mound, you have to be ready because he can spike the curveball, the slider he can throw into the dirt, so he is well aware of that. But a nice pick by Roberto.
There was a time when Shin-Soo Choo was a stolen base threat primarily when he was with the Indians. He stole 20 or more bases 3 times when he was with Cleveland, but only once since he left the Indians, and that was the following season in 2013 with Cincinnati when he stole 20 bases. Since then, his stolen base totals have not exceeded 12, and that was last year.
Get a little bit older, that takes it out of you.
Yeah.
He has 3 this year, and he hasn't been caught, so you just pick and choose now. And he's playing in a ballpark where they can hit homers. You don't want to make outs on the base paths. But yeah, you get up into your 30s, the stolen base starts going bye-bye.
As you said, he just turned 36 a week ago. Right now, Willie Calhoun, the rookie, looking at a 3-1 count. Bauer struggling to find the strike zone here in the early going.
Yeah, Trevor's last start was the 15th against the New York Yankees. Did not have a decision. He left in that game with the score tied at 2.
Popped him up on the 3-1 offering. Kipnis backpedaling, now called off, and Geyer is there to make the catch. 1 down.
Let's check out the Indians defense, brought to you by Dodge. It looks like this. Brantley is in left, Davis in center, Geyer over in right. It'll be Ramirez at third, Lindor at short, Kipnis is at second, Encarnacion gets the start at first, and Perez doing the catching.
You mentioned Trevor Bauer's last start came against the Yankees in the final game before the break, and if you remember, he was struggling with his command early in that game. He had a bases loaded jam in the first inning to a lot of pitches.
Yes.
He was at 57 pitches through 3 innings in that game, but he had only allowed 1 run to that point and ended up going 7 innings, giving up just 2 runs for the day.
Yeah, he struck out 7, only walked 1, but you're right, early in that ball game the pitch count piled up on him. He was going for another at least 8 strikeouts, but he did allow a home run in that ball game, and that was the first one in quite a while.
That gets away from Perez. He couldn't come up with that one.
Well, that was on a backhanded side, and it looked like, yeah, it's still in play. You know, he maybe got a little lazy. Let's go and see. He didn't move his body here, and he tried to backhand it. See, no body movement. Now there, you got to get ready and let's go. He just had 4 days off.
Luckily for Perez, Chu wasn't really paying attention, or he could have taken off and gone to third.
Well, that's the 12th wild pitch for Trevor Bauer this year. But that's one that could have been stopped.
Elvis Andrus, you talk about a tough year. He missed 2 months when he was hit by a pitch on April 12th, suffering an elbow fracture. And so, not surprisingly, in the 22 games since, he's batted just .214.
Yeah, we missed him.
You miss that much time. It's,
right.
You just don't just drop back into the middle of the season.
You're playing catch up all year long. And he's a guy that's normally dominated the Cleveland Indians since he's been a rookie.
And Trevor Bauer has his first strikeout, 2 down. Watch this pitch again if we get a chance to show it again. Yeah, watch
slider.
This. Looked like a butterfly, didn't it? Just kind of floated up there.
It did. It was a slower one than you normally see him pitch it, you know, throw it. But right now he's searching and trying to get a feel for both those, the curveball and the slider. When it's on, it's devastating.
Well, here is Adrian Beltre. And he spins out of the way. Good fastball, but up and in. Beltre on the season. Solid batting average, power numbers down. Last 11 games, batting just .171.
Well, again, his career winding down. Hall of Famer when he is done and retired. At least in my opinion.
Good breaking ball. 1-1.
I mean, look at the career numbers. 3,114 hits, 1,668 ribbies, 466 homers, and not to mention the guy is one of the best third basemen ever.
Got in on his fist. It's fouled back. 1-2 the count.
You know, in the last few years, Adrian Beltre with some injuries. He's had some leg injuries or foot injuries, and he's missed quite a bit of time, but that's a good pitch. Up and in with the heater.
Other than if you touch his head, it's hard to really find anybody to say a bad word about Adrian Beltre.
Yeah, he's the pulse or the heartbeat of this ball club and always has been.
But don't take his batting helmet off and touch his head.
Only Andrus can do that.
Bauer checks Chu. The 1-2. Beltre with a liner to left. Brantley can't make the play. The Rangers take the lead. Chu will score. Beltre into second base. It'll be an RBI double with 2 down here in the first inning. Brantley sort of went into an awkward dive for that ball and just couldn't come up with it.
Never really got a good jump on the ball. I mean, I know it was going to stay up, and you see he sort of starts his way in and then just couldn't get that arm extended to get it out, and it's just short hops his glove, and a 2-out base hit gives the Rangers a 1-0 lead.
Rougned Odor. Swings at the first pitch. Kipnis has to make the throw in a hurry. He won't get him.
Well, you can't play that deep in the outfield when you have a guy that can run. You know, and if he doesn't hit that ball, you're not going to have time. And he beat it out easily. This wasn't even close. We'll see the depth of Jason Kipnis here. Now he's ranging to his left. He's not coming in on the ball. So as he's ranging to his left, look at that. That was not even close. He was by the bag by the time the throw got to first base. And when a guy has that much speed, you cannot play that deep. That'll go as an infield single.
Well, I'll say this, by playing that deep, he wasn't able to retire Odor, but he does save a run. Because if Kipnis isn't there, that ball gets to Geyer. Beltre walks home.
Well, that's about how he runs nowadays. He doesn't have that speed.
Ronald Guzman gets after the first pitch, fouls it back. He had a 7-game hitting streak that came to an end back on July the 11th. This is what you want to try to avoid if you're a pitcher on a night like this. Long innings. It's only been 20 pitches for Bauer to this very moment, but you don't want to have many innings where you're going above 20 pitches, because you would think it's got to take more out of you on a night like this.
Yeah, it usually does. You could run out of steam in a hurry.
Check to swing. Did he go? He did. And that will end the inning. On the check swing, Ryan Blackney, third base umpire, rings him up. Rangers get on the board first. They lead it 1-0 after an inning. For the Indians, Edwin Encarnacion in 56 career games against the Rangers has 17 homers, 50 runs batted in. So he's obviously someone to watch over the next 3 nights. And the Rangers, they can strike out. Well, Joey Gallo leads the majors in strikeouts, or at least he was tied for the league lead heading into tonight. Edwin Encarnacion takes a called strike. Edwin tied for 9th in the American League with 22 home runs, tied for 4th, 65 runs batted in. Martin Perez is sharp. 2 quick strikes. And that one missed.
Well, he's not afraid to throw that fastball inside to some of the hitters, and not only right-handers but left-handers as well.
Downstairs. And a count 2-2. Encarnacion had just 2 hits in the 4-game series between the Indians and the Yankees. Both of them were home runs. Slow chopper to third. Beltre takes his time, throws it out, 1 away.
Well, MLB TV is now available at a lower price for $82.99. You can watch every out-of-market regular season game live or on demand. Your subscription includes MLB At-Bat Premium, allowing you to watch live baseball on all your favorite supported devices. Blackout and other restrictions apply.
Here is Brandon Guyer. With the left-hander on the mound, Guyer getting the start. He's in right field tonight. Indians adding Melky Cabrera back to the roster.
Yeah, this is the official right-handed lineup with Guyer out there, and then you have Yandy Diaz, the DH tonight, which is why Encarnacion is playing first. And you look at the numbers, and on the year for Perez, right-handers are hitting 386 off. But he's hitting his spots early tonight.
Fastball in there for a strike, and he's ahead of Guyer 1-2. Over his last 21 games, Brandon Guyer has 6 hits in 28 at bats. Some of those games obviously not starts, but pinch hit appearances throughout. And sometimes even on a night like this where he might get a start, if that left-handed starter gets knocked out in the middle innings, he might only get 2 at bats in a game.
That's true. Well, that's the way he does it.
Guyer golfs one left center field. That's in the alley. That'll go all the way to the wall on 1 hop. And Brandon Guyer glides into second base with a 1-out double. Boy, did he go down and get that pitch.
Yeah, he really did. You could see just stayed back on it nicely and plugs the gap in left center field. And look at it, was down. That was below. That was a changeup, I think. And down, and he hit it right into the gap. So a double for Guyer, his 7th. Now the Indians have an opportunity with a runner in scoring position.
Here's Yandy Diaz. AAA this year, he batted .284, only 2 home runs. Had 20 doubles, 27 runs batted in, and a pretty patient approach. He was leading the International League in walks with 63 on the year. Trying to get a base hit here with a runner in scoring position. And that's a strike on the outside corner. Let's go down to Andre Knott.
Well, Tito wanted to take advantage of Yandy Diaz because there was not a all-star break at the same time for the AAA team. Feels like he's been swinging the bat well, and he wants to take advantage of him here in Texas. Now, remember, when we started, we thought there would be 2 left-handed starters as well. Only 1 now, but they think they can use Yandy right now to try to get hot at the right time right now.
Well, as so often is the case, it's an opportunity, and what he does with it could go a long way in determining his immediate future. Andre, if you're still down there, I don't know if you had a chance to talk much with Yandy. I know he was playing primarily third base. Did he play at all in the outfield, to your knowledge?
A little bit, but he was playing some first base as well. He's played on both sides of the diamonds, third, first, and a little bit of right field. Still not totally comfortable with it, but he's played on the corners in the infield. I think he's at the point, though, he wants to be here. I think he wants to try, Matt. I'll put it that way.
Well, that's the unfortunate thing. He's a man without a position, really.
Well, you know, on this team, you've got an all-star at third base. You've got Yonder Alonso and Edwin, who can both play at first base. As you said, Rick, where he doesn't fit right now, unless he could. You could legitimately say he's an outfielder, which right now that's more of work in progress.
That's the only way I could see him getting at bats on this club is in the outfield. And it would have to be against left-handed pitching. There you go.
Smashes it into right field. That's his specialty. Coming around third, Guyer going to try to score. Chu still has a good arm, but that's way off line. And Diaz goes to second on the throw, has an RBI single in his first at bat of the year with the big league club.
Well, like you say, opportunity presents itself, rise to the occasion, and he does, and he kept going. Chu's throw was offline. If it would have been at Guzman, the cutoff man, they would have had a shot at Yandy at second base, but you watch how far this is offline. Diaz just followed suit and went right into second base because the throw was down, but it was nowhere near the first baseman to cut. So the game comes right back, and it is tied. He laid off a good changeup before he got that pitch and then able to hit the fastball the other way.
Well, now Jason Kipnis with a go-ahead run in scoring position. He pulls it foul. And Rick, you mentioned it right at the top of the telecast. Not surprisingly, when a team is in last place, there are probably multiple deficiencies. But when you've made the number of errors Texas has defensively,
right?
And granted, this is not an easy park to play in. When the weather gets hot, this infield plays very fast.
Yeah.
But that's maybe just too many mistakes to have to overcome. And
yeah,
there was no error on the previous play, but it wasn't a good throw by a guy who historically has had a good arm but hasn't played a lot.
Right, he's been DHing most of the time. He kept the ball down, that was the plus, but he didn't hit his cutoff man, and that could have got them an out in an inning. I don't think he was going to throw out Geyer.
Oh, he missed his target by a bunch, and Kipnis launches it out of here. A 2-run homer for Jason Kipnis, and it's 3-1 Cleveland. That'll be his 10th home run of the season. Perez missed his target. Kipnis did not miss that pitch.
Well, 3 straight hits now for the Tribe. And Kipnis gets his 10th homer. He's in double digits now.
From babyface Jason to the veteran now. He loves hitting in this ballpark.
Yeah, that's down. He likes the ball down, and he put a nice swing on it. Little slider. And this is a good ballpark to hit in. The ball flies out to right field. Kip gets number 10.
He is a career 300-plus hitter against the Rangers, and that's his 8th career home run against Texas pitching. Roberto Perez with a hit in 3 of his last 5 games. 1 ball, 1 strike. And Perez falling behind 2-1 as he missed down low. And that's got to be the thing that I was going to say, Rick, the thing that's got to be the kick in the pants for Perez is he had Kipnis down on the count. It was 0-2, had him right where he wanted him, makes a mistake, and then this game changes in a hurry.
Well, he was first inning, boom, he hit his spots away, nothing on the middle of the plate. He made a couple of pitches on the plate, and the hitters got him this inning. Geyer hit a nice changeup that was down and plugged the gap in the left center field. That little slider for Kip had middle of the plate on. But Perez has not had a whole lot of luck in his career against the Indians.
And Roberto Perez takes a called 3rd strike. 2nd K for Martin Perez, and there are 2 down in the inning. Let's take another look at the Jason Kipnis home run on StatCast, powered by AWS.
400 feet out into their bullpen. I know the one thing when you come here and play in Arlington in the summertime, it doesn't take you long to get loose. You can throw a couple of balls and you're ready to go.
You know, for Jason Kipnis too, that's now 6 home runs in his last 24 games. So he's found it. Rajay Davis with 2 down on the bases empty here in inning number 2. Rick, take us through what it feels like for a player. I know it's only 3 days off, 4 days off.
Well, that's a lot.
Right, to the average person, it might not seem like a big deal, but that first at bat, do you feel a little weird when you get back in the box first time?
Yeah, you got to mentally get yourself back into it more than anything. It's nice to get some time off, but these guys are programmed to do this every day. And when you do miss 3 or 4 days, if you don't do any baseball-related drills, it takes you a little while.
Rajay Davis slams one right back up the middle, and that snaps an 0 for 10 slump for him, and it keeps the inning alive.
Well, you keep it going, and I like what I'm seeing when you can go the other way off this guy who has a changeup, force him to beat you with his fastball. And if you stay back with it, he left it up, and that's why Raj was able to take advantage of it. It looked like it went off the glove of Odor, but they have 4 hits in the inning. Patience, make him get it up, and take him the other way.
The other thing that you have to like, they're 2 for 2 with runners in scoring position. And what we have seen with this club is when they get on a roll with runners in scoring position, they can put up some big crooked numbers. In fact, the 3rd best game they've had this year with runners in scoring position happened against Texas in a game back in Cleveland. They had 7 hits in a 12-4 rout of the Rangers back in Cleveland. I think it was in early May. And that's usually what happened. Remember when they beat up Oakland in the finale of that series? They had, I think they had 11 hits with runners in scoring position in that game.
They did. They went 3 for 36 on the homestand until that game, where they had 11 hits with runners in scoring position. What I like about this, it's the bottom part of the lineup doing it right here. You know, 2nd inning, boom. When they start scoring, then, you know, a lot of times if Lindor and Ramirez or Brantley, they don't get the job done, sometimes it doesn't get done, but they've already got 3 on the board. And these guys are just sitting now for the 2nd time.
Lindor ropes one foul, and that, I think mentally, that has to take its toll on a starting pitcher, especially one who's missed as much time as Perez has, or one who maybe doesn't have a great deal of confidence. When the bottom part of the lineup maybe chews you up, and then you have to mentally think about, oh man, if I make a mistake to Lindor or Ramirez or to Brantley.
They come back and you got to face the tough hitters that are, you know, are going to make an adjustment on you.
Remember what we said too about long innings. It's been a long one for Martin Perez. And Brantley shoots it the other way, foul.
Nice swing. Tried to throw that ball inside, and that's what you do with it. Fight him off the other way.
It has been a 31 pitch inning for Martin Perez.
He's not out of it yet. He guessed wrong.
Rajay on his way to second, but he is out easily. So that will get Perez off the hook and out of the inning, but not before the Indians score 3 runs on 4 hits. Yandy Diaz with an Oppo RBI single. Jason Kipnis a 2-run tater. the ballpark here in Arlington, and in the background you see the Dallas Cowboys stadium. That in the foreground is the new Rangers ballpark. It will be an enclosed facility, so the dome will ensure that you'll always play a game here, and it will never have to deal with the 100+ degree temperatures that we're going to have to struggle through these next 3 nights.
It's going to be beautiful. In 2020, it'll open.
That is the schedule,
and you know, if they would have had a dome on this one, this is still a nice ballpark. This was built the same year as Progressive Field, or it opened up in 1994. But the wind that gets in here and the hot air, it will be a treat, I think, for all these people down in Texas on nights like tonight.
Exactly. I mean, take us out of the equation. Take the ball players out of the equation. The fans. I mean, it can't be a lot of fun to sit when you're this sweltering hot. It can't be real enjoyable.
I know. Well, no. I mean, we saw people sitting in here, 45 minutes before the game started. We're thinking, boy, what are they, crazy? You just can't sit in your car and run into the ball game and watch it when it starts.
I mean, when it's this hot, you could slug down 6 beers and not even blink, and then you'd be passed out. There's a strike call to Robinson Chirinos.
Just think about the heat that's generated. You got to sit next to somebody. I'd want my seat or a row by myself.
That doesn't surprise me, by the way.
Table for one, please.
Fastball away. Bauer walks the leadoff man. Well, this is what it is going to look like when it is all completed. You can see it's going to have a sliding roof, sort of like what they have at Safeco Field in Seattle. A lot of glass.
Pretty.
Can't imagine the air conditioning bill for that baby. But it's going to be pretty spectacular.
Yes, it is.
And they've got also there in the foreground, you can see almost like a ballpark village that is going to be incorporated into the new stadium as well. Joey Gallo, big slugging left fielder, 22 home runs, but just a 187 batting average. He has struck out 132 times already this year, most in the majors.
Yeah, out of 316 at bats.
Pulls that follower towards his own dugout.
Well, he had a going last year where he had more home runs than singles. And when he hits them, I mean, they go high and they go far, but that's how he swings every time up, and he's done that his whole career. He's the modern day player. Swing hard in case you hit it.
Yeah. Just missed there. 2 balls and a strike. Threw it by him, 2-2. Good fastball, and it was above the belt. Borderline whether it was a ball or a strike, but Gallo wanted to get after it, and that's.
You could probably locate that pitch there all night long, and he won't be able to hit it with that uppercut he has, as a typical left-hander does. Above the belt.
Pops this one foul. Out of play.
Just doesn't have a feel for that breaking ball, does he? He's thrown 14 balls and only 18 strikes, so he's not on his game. Normally he comes out of the chute and he throws it, you know, he's usually 0-2, 1-2 to almost every hitter. That's the one thing he has done so much better this year.
And he's walked the first two. And number 9 hitter Delino DeShields coming to the plate. And this might be the perfect storm for Delino DeShields, who has struggled through an 0 for 28 slide. Longest spell of his career, and the longest by any Rangers player since Carlos Beltran, of all people, had an 0 for 32 slump 2 seasons ago.
And with the way this guy can run, you know, he can get down the line as good as anybody. You would figure with speed like that, there you go. That's what I was expecting.
Ramirez, bare hand grab, throw, close play, but he beats it out.
That's what I'm talking about right there. You could bunt and get yourself a base hit. And he does, because, you know, first and second, you may not expect the bump, but with his speed and him not getting a hit in that slump, that's how you get out of slumps. It's just, look at, Ramirez was in front, and he realized he was going to have to get it, but the speed by DeShields beats this one out. And he is safe at first base, so he beat Jose on that one. So
and now the Rangers have a chance to come right back.
Yes, they do. Bases loaded, nobody out.
Shin-Soo Choo, he singled right up the middle his first time up.
Well, now Trevor Bauer has to go to damage control, try and minimize it. But without his breaking ball, he hasn't been able to control it. Change up.
Choo. A base hit in the first inning, extending his streak of 51 games to 52 now, reaching base safely. That's in the hole, and it's through. And Encarnacion couldn't come up with it. The Rangers are going to get one. They've got another runner caught in no man's land. The Indians are going to get a chance to get an easy out here. So that's the first out of the inning, as Delino DeShields ran himself into trouble. He was assuming that Gallo was going to keep going, and Gallo jammed on the brakes.
Well, you must watch the guy in front of you, and I know that DeShields, he can run and he wants to get to third base, but Gallo should have tried to score here, but you know, he was waving on. He didn't watch his third base coach, so it was really a mistake by Gallo. But then again, it's going to fall on DeShields, because you got to watch and make sure that guy goes from third to home. He doesn't, so they'll get one out there.
Well, Willie Calhoun to the plate. He flied to right his first time up. And the rookie looks at a pitch sailing wide of the mark. Ball 1. Watch Gallo.
There you go. Watch. He's getting waved down. Go, 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 go. And then he stopped. So, yeah, he sort of messed the inning up right there. It's the only out. He wasn't going to go anywhere. So the fortunate thing is that they got an out.
Fouled right back into the crowd. Goes to the curveball, and it's chopped over the head of the first baseman, Encarnacion. That'll tie the game. Choo goes all the way to third. And Willie Calhoun just beat it into the ground, but perfectly placed.
Well, you talk about with the heat in this infield, it was like hitting cement. Watch how high this ball goes. It's a breaking ball, and it's right out in front in the dirt part. Watch it. That's just like there's no chance. That's how hard the ground is here and how quick it is for infielders. And that was a breaking ball by Bauer, so they have 3 hits now in the inning after the 2 leadoff walks. But they have tied the game up, still just 1 out.
A lot of offense early here in Texas. No surprise there. This is a ballpark that can produce some high-scoring affairs. Mentioned before, though, Texas in their last 13 games, they were averaging just 3.2 runs a game.
Already work getting done out in the Indians bullpen. Somebody up getting loose.
Elvis Andrus shoots it out of play to the right. Looks like Zach McAllister. You know, you wonder, Arch, you mentioned before, in a night like this, you pick up the ball, you throw it a couple of times, you feel like you're loose. Can it almost be a point where you're too loose? I mean, maybe that might be the problem for Bauer. He's just doesn't have the kind of command.
I don't know about that. I mean, he's been great on the road this year with a 2.26 ERA on the road. That's been the pitch that, you know, he usually gets people to swing at. He hasn't really had good command of anything out there. He's really working hard, and this is only the 2nd inning. There's the good slider down and away, and you never see, you know, Andrus swing like that. 2 walks early. He's going a lot of deep counts.
I think he went too far.
Yeah, he did.
And they don't have to appeal. The home plate umpire makes the call. 3rd strikeout for Bauer, 2 down in the inning.
Well, take a look at it from the side and you'll see he certainly did. He's saying no. Umpire said yes, he didn't need help. So now a chance to get out of it here, but he's going to have a tough battle here because Beltre doubled in his first at-bat to give him their 1st run.
Only the 8th hit in his last 42 at-bats. But in his Hall of Fame career, it's not so much the short-term numbers you worry about. Nice breaking ball. Called a strike. Beltre does not agree. It was almost 1 year ago to the day that Beltre came up with his 3,000th career hit right here in Arlington. It was July 30th, 2017. Fastball just off the outside corner. Past Hank Aaron.
About that 625 doubles. Think about that.
466 home runs, 625
over
doubles.
1,000 extra base hits.
Boy, another good breaking ball. Again, Beltre may not agree, but he's in the hole now, 1-2.
Well, let's take a look at this pitch and see if he's got a legitimate beef. And tough to see. I don't see the plate there, but
swung out and missed, so Bauer gets out of it, but the Rangers score 2 and tie the game 3-3 through a couple of innings in Arlington. A beautiful look at the ballpark here in Arlington, Texas. It's just weird. Normally when you feel a breeze, when the air moves, it's usually a cooling, calming effect. But when it's 107 degrees, it's just hot air blowing. It's just weird.
Now it's gone down a little bit. It's only 104 now.
Oh my, we got a break. Let's cool off. Lindor lines one towards center field. That'll get down. DeShields cuts it off. And the Indians had their leadoff man aboard for the first time tonight. Great clip of the game from Sunday. Michael Brantley. Going yard, his 12th home run of the season. Brantley with a 5-game hitting streak, 7 out of his last 19 coming into tonight.
Michael went down as a strikeout victim in his first at bat.
Two 2-0 the count with Lindor at first. He's stolen 13 out of 16. And he's definitely got the attention of Martin Perez.
Well, Perez is pretty quick to the plate if he doesn't lift that front leg, and you know he's not an easy guy to run on. And when Raj tried to do it last inning, he was picked off when he was probably in a slider count. He had 2 strikes. Lindor did, and he went to first base. Yeah, that's pretty quick to the plate.
They'll get the out at second. Brantley reaches first on the fielder's choice. And with 1 out, we'll take a look at Jose Ramirez and our Kia drive to success. 29 home runs. He and J.D. Martinez top the leaderboard in all of Major League Baseball, and then Frankie's not far behind. Outside corner, a called strike. Ramirez went into the All-Star break about as hot as you can be. He had a 6-game hitting streak. He was 11 for his last 21 at the plate with 5 homers.
Yeah, he's having a heck of a month of July. 17 ribbies in 14 games.
Well, he was named Player of the Week,
yeah,
too, going
exactly.
into the break. Is there anything that you've seen that would lead you to believe he can't keep this up, the pace that he set?
Not really, unless an injury bug gets him or something. But no, he's the same every day. You know, those two between Lindor and Ramirez, the energy guys for this team, they seem to have it every single day. I mean, sure, they may have a few spells where they're going to cool down, but that's the price of playing every day. But no, when they catch their second win, they kick it into gear, and there's no reason why they both can't continue to just dominate.
Shoots it foul the other way. I know Andre and I had conversations about Ramirez last year in the division series. It seemed like he got to the very edge of that 30 home run mark last year, and he pressed and pressed and pressed and pressed, and he never really snapped out of it. And you hope that maybe he learned something from going through that.
Well,
What do you think, Andre?
I agree with you. I think he knows that, and I think he saw a change in how people pitch to him. And that's the one thing he said to me, is he's had to recognize pitches better and recognize how people were trying to get him out. That's where the patience this year has come in, and I think that's what's helped him so much maintain these streaks where he gets hot and rides it out.
Well, remember early in the year when he started out slowly, and we could see him coming out before he was even getting base hits because he was taking pitches that were just off the plate, and he was taking his walks.
Well, Dan Otero said there was another relief pitcher, and they were talking in the outfield before a game in April. And he said, you know, we used to be able to get him inside and get him up. He goes, no, we don't know where to pitch him anymore.
He drives this one to center, but DeShields will make the catch for out number 2.
But I'd say his patience, and I think he did learn, Matt. I think you're absolutely right. What happened against the Yankees last year in the playoffs, that stung him, and it sat with him throughout the offseason. And I think he learned a lot about himself and being patient and waiting for the pitch that fits him best.
It still comes down to, you know, good pitching will stop good hitting when it's all said and done. When you get into the playoffs and you've got some of the best pitchers in the game going at it, it's hard to get hits. I mean, you try and do little things to win, but these guys, if you mess around or you make a mistake with them, they don't miss.
Edwin Encarnacion grounded out his first time up. Edwin went into the break with 24 runs batted in his previous 23 games. We still haven't really seen him on any kind of an extended tear offensively. And even by saying that, Arch, it's also hard to say that he's really been steady. It's kind of been up and down, but never a big slump, never a big hot spell.
Yeah, he's just never. No, he hasn't. He's had an off year for me going up there. He's had opportunities, it seems like, all year long when you've got Lindor, Brantley, Ramirez hitting out in front of you. You know, he should be leading this team in RBIs. But he's not. Ramirez is. Lindor's not far behind that. He's got 65. With opportunities he's had, he could have a lot more than that.
And yet he's still on pace to hit more than 30 home runs and drive in 100, if not more than that.
And that's what you expect him to do.
Two balls and a strike.
For me, it's been against left-handed pitching this year. He's just hitting .190 with 3 homers and 11 ribbies on the year.
And that's the guy you need to hit.
That's the one you want to hit left-handed. That's right. He's the big boy you want popping.
Edwin pops one up. And Martin Perez gets out of the inning after surrendering a leadoff single. 3-3, middle of the 3rd. true moment. Bottom of the third here in Arlington. 3-3 our score. And let's see if Trevor Bauer, striking out the last 2 hitters of the second inning, gets him going though. He's got Rougned Odor to lead off for Texas in the bottom of the third. He singled his first time up.
Yeah, Texas already in the first 2 innings, 6 hits. And plus he's walked 2 guys. So, I mean, they have had their share of base runners. So he needs and could use a nice 1, 2, 3 inning.
And that's a good sign. Bauer, 2 quick strikes. And he struck him out on 3 pitches. 3 in a row struck out by Bauer now in the game, giving him 5 on the night.
Yeah, very nice job coming out. Jumps ahead early. It's a fastball, a curveball, and I don't know if he doubled up or was that a slider. It might have been 3 different pitches there.
Ronald Guzman, he struck out to end the first inning. He looks at a breaking ball in the dirt.
Yeah, and Trevor's last start against Texas in April, he had 11 strikeouts in 6 2/3 innings. And he left with the game tied at 2.
Oh, pretty good pitch. Didn't get the call. 3-0. There's a fastball. And he misses low with a fastball. That's the 3rd walk issued by Bauer tonight.
Well, the Pittsburgh Pirates are in town for their only series against the Tribe. That'll be a 3-game set. Be Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday, and there's a 1 o'clock Wednesday start where 10,000 fans are going to receive a Indians beach towel. And boy, can we use it. That'll be courtesy of Lexus. Grab a $15 district ticket presented by Sportstime Ohio. Go to Indians.com.
Robinson Chirinos, who walked to start the second inning. Squared around, and I don't know if he was serious about bunting or just seeing if Bauer was going to throw him a strike. Tied him up, and it's 0-2.
In on the hands. You run that fastball in there, you know, a lot of these guys will be looking for breaking stuff going down and away. When you can run that fastball and put it in that location, you should be successful.
Missed away. pop back out of play. Chirinos able to foul off the slider to stay alive. On the year, Trevor Bauer, 180 strikeouts and 45 walks in 138 2/3 innings of work. Again, the 1-2, and that's a little low. Happy 31st wedding anniversary. Greetings go out tonight to Lisa and Mark Havens of Twinsburg, Ohio. Chirinos goes down swinging. Give Bauer a half dozen strikeouts on the night. And there are 2 down here in the 3rd inning.
Well, he elevated the fastball. So you remember the last 2 strikes off Chirinos were fastballs in, and he elevated that, had some movement. So 2 good pitches. And he goes down.
Joey Gallo, who walked and scored his first time up. Also want to send out happy birthday wishes to Allie Burke, who is 21 years old, celebrating.
My goodness, are you kidding me?
Ohio University.
Congratulations. Happy birthday, Allie. Burks. Where are they getting? Oh, up there quicker,
Yeah.
huh? It's amazing. Tony and Face are getting older too.
That is correct.
It's
no getting around it. You know, you always talk about long innings and defenders having to stand around and wait for some action.
Yep.
This might not be a bad night if you're one of those guys out in the field to have an inning like this. There has not been a ball put in play yet. 2 strikeouts and a walk. But the defenders are probably going, that's okay, Trevor. You take care of yourself, buddy.
yeah, you got it.
The less we have to do, the better. The 1-2 just missed up and away.
No, he's trying to take care of it, but he just couldn't get that breaking ball to go. You know, with the moisture too in the hands on a hot night like this, you know, I don't know if that has anything to do gripping the baseball. You know, I mean, you want to have some moisture on it, but when you're out there sweating bullets, it may be a little different.
Gallo had a good rip at a fastball, but a foul straight back, and it stays 2-2.
We were looking, would you say, back in, what was it, the 80s or something like that? They had over in their old ballpark, a 1 hour and 49 minute 5-0 game.
In 109-degree temperatures. Not a single ball put in play in the inning. Trevor Bauer walks 1, strikes out 3, and we are tied at 3 after 3 innings in Arlington. This would not be a great night to have to work the grill.
No, sir.
Mustard and all that's down here.
Be a good night to be a beer salesman.
You may not sell any. You'll drink it all yourself.
Or people might be mobbing you. You wouldn't be able to get back to the...
That's true.
You really think it'd be a good night to carry all those beers around?
Yes.
And run up these steps?
You'd make all the money. You'd make all your money in one night.
Brother, I'd make no money. I'd be underneath drinking them.
Or you'd just be sitting down on one of the seats going,
Yeah.
anybody need a beer? I'll be over here.
Come on by.
Hard workers, these vendors. Brandon Geyer, he slugged a double his first time up to left center field and got the Indians rolling in the second inning. And a line drive, base hit into right center field, just off the tip of the glove of Rougned Odor. Geyer took a header going around first, and he'll hold with a leadoff single.
Well, he slipped on the bag as he was rounding. He might have taken his eye off it. He goes down because he was thinking of maybe go to second base. And then watch his foot. I think it's his right foot that just, and he hit that ball right on the nose. It gets over the glove of Odor at second and right off the glove. Now watch, we won't see him, but on the right foot, here you go. Slips on that bag. You see it came off.
Oh, yeah.
And he had to go down. So I didn't know if he was going to get up or he twisted it, but he's okay.
Yandy Diaz, opposite field RBI single his first time up. I remember that's something you always used to tell me, that as a hitter you should know exactly how many strides it takes to hit first base every time.
Yeah, you could do it with the same foot. I mean, if you go down there and you run hard the same way, now you're going to have to veer out when you get a base hit, and he did. But he slid on that bag. I don't know.
Instead of hitting the inside corner where you
yeah,
like
he was
to.
on top of it. Yes. Yeah, if you cut that bag like a quarter of it on the inside part of the fair line, that's where you want to hit it if you're thinking about it. But
might have just.
you always have to look to see where you're going to hit it, though. That's the key.
I was just going to say it was probably just as simple a case as he took his eye off it. Now Yandy Diaz driving one the other way. Chew with a terrific catch. Brandon Geyer went back and tagged up.
Nice.
And he gets into scoring position.
Chu made a really nice catch there. I thought it was going to get over his head, but boy, for a guy that hasn't been playing out there a whole lot this year, he made a beautiful catch. Takes extra base hits away from Diaz. It's a breaking ball. He stayed back on it beautifully. And I think a heads up by Geyer to get himself in scoring position. I thought it was going to be deeper than that also. He was on the track. He had another step or two to get to the wall, but
tell you what, Geyer, he read that.
Yes,
he
did.
saw that Chu was going to get to it.
He knew it. Yes, he did a good job of reading that play.
Well, now Jason Kipnis belted a 2-run homer into the Rangers bullpen his first time up. His leg.
It had to, because that thing got deep on him. That was inside, and I don't think it got near padding. I wouldn't be surprised if it was a knee. Ouch. Yeah, right at the right knee.
Let's go down to Andre.
You know, this might be the perfect place for Jason Kipnis to start the second half. And talking to him before the All-Star break, he really had gotten past turning the page of what happened in the first half. He started looking at some of the numbers. He liked where his doubles were at. He says that the second half is the perfect place for me to start. I hit well in Texas, and I'm just going to forget about what happened. And he feels like he's been swinging the bat really well. It's just not going to show up, and he's finally accepted that, Arch. It doesn't matter what the numbers are. I'm just going to be myself.
Right. I mean, you can really get hot be consistent for the next few months and still have a good year.
Grounds out here, 2 down. Geyer moves to third.
Well, he got to double digits in home runs.
And that's what he said. He said, if I can get to 10 home runs, I can get to 20 doubles and drive in about 65, 70. And he goes, I'm going to be all right because I can help this team get where we're trying to go.
Oh, yeah, he knows that. He's been around too long not to. It's just a matter you have to accept it.
Yeah, it's an attitude change.
Right. It's an attitude adjustment. But like anything, this is a game that can beat you up, but you have to be willing. We always say it's a game of adjustments, you have to make them.
But as athletes, we all grew up. What's the one thing it's drilled into you from the time you're first playing something that's competitive? You never accept defeat. And I think even though there's a lot of failure in the game of baseball, it's hard to accept that, well, I'm just not going to have a good year.
Yeah, but you know what? You don't have to worry about stuff that's out of your control. You can only worry about the stuff that you have control of. Actually, when you hit the ball hard and make it out, you did a good job. It's just that you can't accept that.
But it kind of goes back to the same thing Tito told me before the game today. His message to the team would be focus on today. Because if you get looking down the road or looking behind you, you lose focus on what's right in front of you.
Right, exactly. And it comes down to little things.
Roberto leans back from a fastball, stays alive. The addition of 2 new bullpen pieces via the trade have Tito pretty energized about this club's chances now, especially with Andrew Miller on the mend and getting closer to rejoining the team.
What we felt they had to do.
Down low.
So, the spirits have to be high inside that clubhouse. Okay, here we go, boys. Let's go.
Yeah, he said, look, I've been on the other end of it, too, where you're not adding, but you're subtracting. And he said, that's not a fun place to be.
No.
Runner at third, tie game. 2 down here in the 4th. And Roberto Perez took a fastball for a called third strike. Two newest additions to this Indians ball club.
They look pretty relaxed, huh?
Absolutely. As we take a look at our player profile, brought to you by Levin Furniture. Brad Hand, a 2-time All-Star, and 24 saves this year at the time of the trade for the Padres. Adam Simber, a rookie, and this year in 42 games had a 3.17 ERA. He's a right-handed side armor, more of a submarine style, a la Joe Smith maybe. And Brad Hand is a left-handed power arm, 96 with a fastball and a really good sharp breaking ball.
Well, they were talking about trading him even last year, I remember, when you get to the trading deadline. His name mentioned, and the Indians happen to get him.
Delano DeShields takes a strike. It's interesting you mentioned that because I asked Brad about that before the game today, if he expected to get traded this year, if he thought it was inevitable, or if it kind of took him by surprise. And he said, after going through it last year and hearing I was going to get traded, and then I didn't get traded, he said, I really didn't expect it this year. And he and his family were celebrating the All-Star game. They decided to stay in D.C. an extra day because they were going to open up in Philadelphia tonight.
Right.
So he said, we were sitting there at the hotel having breakfast the next morning. I got a phone call and said, hey, we just traded you. He's like, oh.
Gotta go.
Okay, I'm not going to Philadelphia. I'm going to.
Well, that's a shock in its own right when you're not expecting, and all of a sudden you're going to be.
Great play by Ramirez. Man, did he get rid of that ball in a hurry.
You have to.
With the Shields running, you do. One down. Let's keep rolling. Our stat of the game brought to you by Buick. This is why they made the trade. The Indians bullpen this year has had problems, and the ERA an unsightly 5.28.
Yeah, it's unbelievable. Look at that. All the Central Divisions, the highest in the American League.
But the addition of Neil Ramirez, the addition of Oliver Perez, now you add Hand and Simber. You're going to get Andrew Miller back soon.
Yeah.
Now the pieces seem to be in place. Forget about what's happened up to this point.
You know, when I recognized it, we were in that Yankees series at home, talking about the bullpen, and all of a sudden in the 8th inning, I see Carrasco come out there. And you see that arm coming out of the bullpen, I go, oh, wow, that's what it's like. Boom. I mean, he was nasty.
Yeah.
I'm thinking, well, Carlos, why don't you, on your side days, come out of the bullpen and pitch?
Like in the olden days.
Yeah. I mean, that was a nice arm coming in for the 8th inning against a good ball club. That just woke me up. So it is nice because we're used to having a good bullpen in this team.
And, Rick, I really think, and I didn't talk to Cody about this and ask him, this is my own opinion, I think fortifying the bullpen is going to make Cody Allen better. It's going to help Dan Otero. It's going to help the guys who have been here, who have had to shoulder the burden of the inconsistencies and go out there and try to maybe at times try to do too much because they know, they're aware of the situation.
Matt, to a man. I know Dan told me that. Zach McAllister felt the same way. I want to ask you guys something. I know I'm getting way ahead of myself. When you saw what Carrasco was able to do on Sunday, is that something that maybe the Indians look at when the playoffs come? Putting a guy out with the starters, with what Bauer's been able to do this year, and with what some of the other guys?
I don't think, no, your starters, well, what are you saying? When you use three starters?
You're only going to use, what, 4? Maybe 3, 4
well,
starters?
It depends on the series. Yeah, it'll be
round.
3, I would think, in the first round.
High pop-up, shallow left.
Well, they tried doing that last year with Clevenger,
with
too.
Clev, right. It didn't work with Clev.
Didn't work. No, it did not. But he was young. He didn't know any better. He didn't know himself.
And he's still finding himself.
But, you know, the reason why they did that is because Carrasco came out of the bullpen before and he had a feel for it. I mean, I love seeing that arm come out.
Well, that's why I asked. He can give you some length, and he can strike people out and get outs for you quick, too.
You know, it's weird because the way I think postseason games have been played the last several years, people are looking at bullpens as maybe more important than we ever have in the past.
There's no doubt about it because last year's playoffs, how many #1 starters only went 5 innings?
Right.
In the playoffs, including Kluber, including Kershaw, including a lot of guys.
Well, I was thinking the Astros when I asked you that.
Well, the only one that did was Verlander.
Right.
You know, so you can do that if you wanted to and try and get some length for a short spurt. It's changing. I mean, the way Tito managed in 2016 changed the way of the reliever, I think. It certainly had an impact on it with Andrew Miller coming in.
And it even goes back to the year before with Kansas City with their bullpen, the way they went through the postseason of the World Series.
Well, yes. When they were successful and went to back-to-back World Series, you're right.
.30 pitch. And Trevor Bauer, that's the kind of night it's been. It looks like he's getting ready to get on a roll, and then that bugaboo just keeps creeping its way back in. Injury report brought to you by the attorneys at Elkino. Andrew Miller pitched last night at AAA Columbus. 1 inning, 1 hit, 1 run, 1 strikeout. He did give up a home run, but he had a scoreless inning in his previous outing, and then the plan was after this, they were going to reconvene, get together, talk about what the next step might be.
He has to rehab down there, though, to get himself ready to go before he can pitch up here, I would think.
And that's what Tito told me earlier today in our conversation that aired on Indians Live, that he needs to pitch. You know, he needs to get some innings under his game.
Yes, he does.
Under his belt, I'm sorry, and just
He's got to be able to go out there and throw the ball and not worry about his knee or anything else, and command all of his pitches. And that may take another couple of weeks down there, maybe an extended stay, or go back-to-back days. You know how it works. So he may be a couple of weeks away, I would think.
I look at it like this. You've got, what, 10, 11 days left before the end of this month. And then you're talking about the first weekend of August 3rd, 4th, 5th. That would be a home series that starts back in Cleveland. I think that's maybe best case scenario. You see him there, and as you pointed out, maybe it's the following series, but I think that would be realistic.
Well, I know
if
one
all
thing.
goes well.
They're not going to want him to come back and then have to lose him again for any length of time. When he comes back, they want him here for good.
To stay back.
For the rest of this season, they want him to be the Andrew Miller of old.
Well, Trevor Bauer trying to fight his way through a night where the game time temperature was 107. It currently sits at 102. At times he's been nasty. He has struck out 7. He's given up 5 hits. He's walked 4, but has not allowed a hit since the second inning. And to be fair, one of those hits in the second inning was a bunt single. One of those singles was a chopper that bounced over the head of Encarnacion.
He's just
and
fighting
another
himself.
one was a ground ball that just kind of slipped under Edwin's gloves. So
he's just fighting himself right now.
Full count.
And Andrus was willing to take a walk there. He wanted to. 3-1 count because Bauer has gotten him twice tonight. But you can see it's a high pitch count for him. In 4 innings, 85 pitches. Give me a break. 6 hits, 3 walks.
Runner goes, popped him up. Is it playable? No. Back over the screen.
And that always happens. You finally get to that, and they foul off a couple pitches and make you work that much harder.
Bottom of the 4th inning, tied at 3. Calhoun will be off at first. And it's ball 4. Second walk back-to-back for the second time tonight. And here comes Carl Willis. Let's pause right now for a word from Circle K.
Polar Pop Cup, just 79 cents every day, only at Circle K.
If it was only as simple as taking a Polar Pop to the mound for Carl Willis right now. But he's trying to probably give some, not just words of encouragement, but try to keep Trevor Bauer from getting too frustrated with himself, because that's what it looks like to me, that he's frustrated with himself because he's not able to execute the way he's used to.
Yeah, so close to getting out of the inning, and then 2 back-to-back walks.
No action in the bullpen. Bauer's walked 2, but there are 2 outs in the inning. Adrian Beltre to the plate. And a good curveball first pitch for strike 1. There are the base runners. Willie Calhoun at second, Elvis Andrus at first. Indians play Beltre as a pull hitter, but they don't shift for Beltre.
Well, he hits the ball where it's pitched. A lot of times he'll sit on breaking balls,
The minute you think you've got him set up, he'll turn on a fastball in.
You look at his stance, the way he sets up, it almost looks like he's trying to shoot it to right field because he's so closed off. But as you pointed out, we've seen him turn a pitch around and send it out of here to left field with the best of them.
Well, look, watch his feet, man. He has happy feet in that batter's box. He's moving around a lot. And when you look at him, up the middle is where most of the ground balls are coming.
Two balls, two strikes. Line drive caught by Lindor, inning over. 2 walks, no damage. We've played 4 in Arlington. Indians 3, Rangers 3. Is brought to you by the 2019 Kia Sorento, the perfect getaway vehicle. Visit KiaDealers.com to learn more. By Levin Furniture. For the best deals on furniture and mattresses, shop Levin's. And by your Chevy Network dealers. Visit ClickChevy.com. Chevrolet, find new roads. Beautifully illuminated sky here in Arlington, Texas, where the Indians and Rangers are knotted up 3-all. 5th inning, Rajay Davis leads off. He singled in the 2nd inning. And he singles again here to lead off the 5th. 2nd straight inning. Actually, it's the 3rd straight inning that the Indians have had a leadoff single. They haven't been able to do anything with the last 2. Mid-game recap brought to you by your local Toyota dealers. Yandy Diaz with an opposite field RBI single tied the game in the 2nd inning. Then the Indians went ahead on a 2-run homer by Jason Kipnis. But it didn't last long. In the bottom of the 2nd, back-to-back singles by Shin-Soo Choo and Willie Calhoun tied the game at 3. And that's where we stand now in the 5th inning. Francisco Lindor 1 for 2. He singled to lead off the 3rd inning. And Martin Perez, who looked like was about to come unraveled in that 2nd inning, but survived, has managed to pitch here into the 5th inning.
As you mentioned, after all the leadoff men getting aboard the last 3 innings. through that lineup now for the 3rd time.
Lindor, a career .296 hitter against the Rangers. Snapped an 0 for 9 with that single in the 3rd inning.
Yeah, last year we came here. We opened the season here, man. Remember, we swept them 3 straight.
Didn't Frankie have a grand slam?
Yes, he sure did. He ended up coming back late in a couple of those ball games.
Oh, yeah.
And they have really, the Indians have dominated. 12-24 against Texas is against the Tribe since the start of 2013, which is their worst record of anybody.
Indians are almost solely responsible for the demise of Sam Dyson.
Yes, it was that series. Yes, indeed.
He never really recovered after that.
And, you know, he ended up losing his closer's role here later on in the year, and I believe he's with San Francisco now, the Giants.
2-1 the count. Lindor taking inside corner. Evens the count. Rangers playing Lindor to pull on the infield, giving him a big hole on the right side, but they're pounding him in. And that's down and in. And a full count. Almost too hard to start your runner with this lefty on the mound.
There's no reason to. He's pretty quick. You don't want to get picked off. He already got you one time. If you do, you just wait till he goes, and you think Frankie's going to put it in play instead of swing through it. But
Raj not running, and it's ball 4. So now the Indians have something brewing. 2 on, nobody out. Let's go back to April 5th last year, right here in Arlington. Sam Dyson pitching, Frankie Lindor hitting. Grand slam.
yeah, that was a pick 'em up, boy. That was that got him going. Started out 3-0. We ended up going back to Arizona, if you remember, and then the D-backs turned the tables and they swept the Tribe.
Still no action in that Texas bullpen. And the Rangers bullpen, at least lately, has been pitching pretty well. In fact, overall, Texas bullpen ERA at 3.48. That's 4th best in the American League. Michael Brantley 0 for 2 on the night.
That walk to Lindor was Perez's first of the night.
Pulls it foul. That almost took out Texas third base coach Tony Beasley. He was down there on the railing. He went bailing for cover. Almost hit him.
Well, he sure did.
You know, that shot we had of Beasley, isn't it amazing? Even baseball now, the assistant coaches on the bench, they're like football coaches. They've all got charts. They're keeping track. Nobody just sitting around spitting seeds anymore.
No siree. Stopwatches, this, everything. Computers documenting.
And Michael taking. Ball's behind 1-2.
Well, after that second fastball that knocked him off the plate, then he came back with that breaking ball. So that was probably the reason why he threw the breaking ball there.
Pushed him off the plate again with a fastball.
Yeah, make him move his feet. That's you know, a lot of pitchers, they don't do that much anymore, where you really move him back and make his feet move a little bit. That could be that split second, instead of him diving out looking for a ball away, that he has to wait that one little second, fraction of a second, and you can get him with something away.
Interesting alignment in the Rangers outfield. They're shallow on the left side and really pulled around toward left. And now a pickoff play, and it's
got him.
Close. They got him. Second base umpire DJ Rayburn calls Rajay Davis out on the pickoff play.
Yeah, there's the second out he's made this game on the bases, and you can't do that. You're in scoring position. You see, he sneaks in. There's the daylight play, and he throws it. He slides right into it. He's got him. He is out, no doubt about it. That's a good pickoff move. That's a base running blunder there by Davis. In scoring position, first and second, nobody out, and you've got the meat of your lineup coming up. A mistake there.
You mentioned before there was a game here in Arlington in 1980 where the game time temperature was 109 degrees. And the Rangers won it, I think it was 5-0.
Yeah, right.
It was a 1 hour and 49-minute game.
Right.
1 hour and 40. This might take 3 hours and 49 minutes to play.
Oh, it's on pace.
Closing in on the 2-hour mark in the top half of the 5th inning. And Brantley pulls that foul.
It's just one of those ballparks that can create a lot of offense, a lot of pitches, a lot of base runners. You remember we played a 3-game series here, and I think there was about 500 pitches made in every single game out of that 3-game series. And I mean, it was,
yeah,
we were beat up after that, let alone the players.
Well, the Indians have had their way with the Rangers of late. They've won 8 out of the last 10. But here tonight, it's a standoff so far, 3-3. And outside, full count. Jeff Bannister's club, as I mentioned at the top of our telecast, last place in the AL West with a mark of 41-56. So there's no delusions here about where this club is headed. But still surprising that there's nobody up in the Texas bullpen. As Perez delivers, and Brantley grounds it to first. Well, why do you need a bullpen when your pitcher gets out of a jam on his own? Indians had their first 2 on with nobody out. But a base running mistake and a double play ball ends the threat.
for kids 12 and under with the purchase of an adult ticket. The kids' tickets are located in the family deck at Progressive Field, home to our expanded kids clubhouse. Kids tickets only available at Indians.com/kids tickets.
Rougned Odor leading off, pulls one foul. He is 1 for 2 with a single on the night. 3-3, bottom of the 5th. Lined up the middle, backhanded by Lindor, but it skipped off of his glove. And Odor is aboard with the second hit of the night.
Yeah, ball smoked off the bat of Odor, and it was a do-or-die play. Lindor trying to go to the backhand side, and you either make this play, and it's going to be a great one, but that ball was smashed. So it'll go as a single. Odor now with his second hit of the night.
Ronald Guzman has struck out and walked tonight. Swung on and missed. Foul off to the left.
Finish off our birthdays. Ann Brogley is 86 today. Nancy Gibbons, 93 from Solon. Art Jeniton is 90 from North Canton. John Burkhardt is 80 from Martell. Paul Fox is 94 from Louisville. And Jeannie Whalen is 92 from Elyria. Happy birthday to each and every one of you out there.
Oh. Edwin had to reach for that throw by Bauer. Two balls, two strikes. Runner goes. Pitches down low. Throw to second. In time. They got him.
Odor was leaning the pitch before that, so he took off, but Perez was ready for him. Got him at second base. It was close down there, but it looked like the tag. Watch Frankie in front of the base. Gets the ball, goes directly down. Close, but I think he is out. See if the mitt hand hits the base. They're going to look at it, but I'll tell you what, it's going to be tough to get this one overturned because it was that close.
That seems to be the prevailing theme that we've seen this year. If it's not glaring, it's hard to get a call overturned unless there's something really stands out.
The only thing I can see is if that glove hand hits the base. Now there's no, from that last shot that we saw where the hand, that is in that glove doesn't get to the base. He's certainly tagged him on the other hand, where that's where they called him out. I don't know if that the other hand got to the base first. I mean, here it is. Watch
this
his
might be our
forearm.
best look.
It gets him in the forearm, and he is.
That angle makes him look safe. I have to be honest with you. This angle,
you can't tell.
You can't tell when the hand gets to the bag.
Right. Well, they're going to challenge it. It's worth the challenge, and it may take a little bit, but it's. See, the people think everything. Well, it is awful close.
And again, you know, the spirit of the rule when it was put in place is to overturn the egregious mistakes. And they do overturn it. I think it was that side angle that we showed that got it overturned.
Yeah, where it was the glove hand got to the base. Frankie tagged the other one. And he goes in there. They're going fast. That's, I mean, a frame by frame. As we said, it was awfully close, so it is overturned.
Big play, though, because now the leadoff man, instead of being erased, is now in scoring position.
Right.
And Guzman with a 3-2 count. Chops one to Lindor. Oh, what a backhanded pick. But he couldn't get it out of his glove. And getting back safely was Odor.
Yeah, that was his only play. But then again, Ramirez couldn't get over there, you know, knowing he was going to round the base in time. Once Odor went around third base, that was only Lindor's play because of the transfer. He made a nice pick on this ball. You see, Ramirez was going that way too, and he's thinking he's going to first. Now he's a little late getting to third, and he just couldn't get there in time. So that's nobody's fault right there. That's just a weird play, and it's an infield single.
So now the Indians will still look to try and turn a double play if they can get Chirinos to hit one on the ground here. It's only the bottom of the fifth. But the end of the line is near for Bauer as he is at 100 pitches. Action in the Indians bullpen. In the dirt, smothered by Roberto Perez. Oliver Perez, the left-hander. And the newly acquired Adam Simber, the right-hander. Line right back up the middle. The Rangers take the lead. So a couple of key plays in the inning, and Texas is ahead 4-3. The overturned stolen base pays dividends for Texas as Trevor's night will come to an end. 3 straight hits to open the bottom of the fifth for the Rangers. And Bauer will depart without retiring a batter here in the fifth inning. And this will be the shortest start of the year for Trevor Bauer. Cleveland Clinic call to the bullpen has been made for Oliver Perez, and we'll be right back. Well, Oliver Perez on the pitch for the Indians, with Rangers at first and second and nobody out here in the home half of this 5th inning. 22nd appearance for Perez. 0.69 ERA. He's got Joey Gallo, who has walked and scored, struck out his last time up.
Perez on the year has inherited 20 runners and has allowed only 3 to score, so he's taken on 2 more with nobody out. So minimize it, try and keep it a 1-run game right here.
Interesting to see how Tito manages this with Gallo, the left-handed hitter, then the right-handed bat, DeShields on deck, and then back-to-back left-handed hitters to follow DeShields. Swung on and missed. It's 1-1. He's got Adam Simber, the right-hander who was just acquired from San Diego. He's the right-handed submarine-style pitcher.
I would think, though, that Perez, he can get right-handers out. It's DeShields who hasn't been swinging very well when you got the 2 left-handers to follow instead of just using them for 1 hitter here.
Gallo pulled off of it, 1-2. Way outside. Popped him up on the infield. Jose Ramirez, foul ground, 1 away.
Well, you're going to see him start him with a steady diet of breaking balls. The sliders, missed with the first one, but he gets a swing and a miss, comes back with another one. Now tried to get him to chase. Now you've seen 4 sliders. Now what do? You elevate the fastball, and he's a little tardy on it.
Now Delano DeShields, a bunt single in the second. He grounded out his last time up. Slow breaking ball in there for strike 1. Trevor Bauer, a season high 5 walks allowed. Just was a weird night for him. He struck out 7. There were signs that he was getting ready to lock in, and that looked like a really good pitch that didn't get called for Oliver Perez.
Take a look at it. Well, must have been called inside because it wasn't too high.
Out of play to the right. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Shields just did get a piece of that.
Yeah, that one stayed up.
Yeah, you could see where Oliver Perez react. you know, angrily, as if to say, that was not where I wanted that
he got
pitch
away
to
with
be.
one.
Yeah.
That's right.
He's a pretty animated guy when he's on the mound. The 1-2. Shot for the inside corner, but he misses 2-2. Indians down a run as Texas has taken the lead back here in the 5th. Popped him up. Edwin, foul ground. 2 down. So a pair of foul outs for Oliver Perez. And now Shin-Soo Choo, top of the order. And this would be a great job by Perez if he can get out of this and keep it a 1-run game.
No question.
But he's got a tough out here. Choo already 2 hits on the night, a run scored and a run batted in. With a hit in 21 of his last 23 games, Choo is batting well over 360 during that time frame. And a good slow breaking ball gets him ahead.
Well, that's what he's doing, taking all the way to get an idea where his arm slot is and where to pick up the baseball from. He just watched that curveball break in there, break into the strike zone.
Swung out and missed. You know, the other thing about Oliver Perez, Arch, at this point in his career, you know, you think of him as maybe being sort of this crafty, wily left-hander, but he's still got plenty on his fastball to throw it by it.
Yeah, you can't forget about his fastball for sure. You know, he may start you off and get ahead with breaking stuff, but he can, the 2 outs he has in this inning have come on the fastball.
Had Choo reaching for the breaking ball. Just did foul it off to stay alive. Yeah, with all of his, you know, varying motions and sort of changing his pace of delivery, all of a sudden he gets you sort of
deception is what he tries to do.
Back on your heels, and then he can zip that fastball by you when you least expect it.
Throw different arm slots and things, but sometimes he can get a little too tricky for himself and leave a pitch up with the.
There's the fastball and rung him up.
Nice job.
What a job by Oli Perez. Comes in a 2-on, nobody out situation and gets him out 1-2-3. 4-3 Texas through 5. after the All-Star game. Manny Machado traded by the Baltimore Orioles to the Los Angeles Dodgers. In return, the Dodgers got a boatload of prospects. 21-year-old outfielder Yuniel Diaz, who's at AA, fourth best prospect ranked in the Dodgers system. They got a 22-year-old A-ball infielder, Ryland Bannon, a 22-year-old right-hander who was at AA, Dean Kramer, a 21-year-old right-hander at A-ball, Zach Pop, and a 26-year-old utility man who'd been in the big leagues for a little bit this year with the Dodgers. Deep center field off the bat of Jose Ramirez. Back is DeShields. He's out of room. It's out of here. And the Indians have come right back to tie it. Jose's 30th home run of the season. RBI number 71. And just like that, it's a 4-4 game. How about that, Arch? He went to the big part of the yard and drove it straight over the head of DeShields.
He sure did. And I'll tell you what, he just continues to stay on that roll. He didn't waste any time either. Comes right out of the chute and probably tried to get ahead with the fastball. And he deposits that to straightaway central, and one swing of the bat has this ball game tied.
Now Edwin looks at a high fastball.
That's the way to do it. They've been getting their leadoff man on. Here's a fastball right there, and Jose gets good extension on it, straightaway center field, and I think Perez knew that. Second home run of the night for the Indians. And number 30. Congratulations. He had 29. Well, he's over that hump now.
In the dirt. 7-game hitting streak for Ramirez. 12 for 24 during his little streak with 6 homers, Rick, and 12 runs batted in. Bullpen for the Rangers just now getting action. Corey Guerin getting loose. And that is ball 4. Brandon Guyer coming up. Let's take
well, just look at him. This is a guy. That's the one thing I love about Ramirez. He gets fastballs. He doesn't miss them. He doesn't foul them off. He hits them hard somewhere. And this year they're flying a long way.
How about that extension on that swing?
I know.
I mean,
he got it out over the plate.
That was about as textbook looking a swing.
You know, he has.
You're going to see.
From the left side, he can really stay on the baseball, I think, better than he does from the right side. But still, from the right side, you know, he's a 300 hitter. That's his 5th home run. But he can roll over on some pitches from the right side of the plate, probably because he doesn't get as many at-bats from that side of the plate. But boy,
look at that. 4th player in Major League history to have 30 homers and 20 steals within the first 100 games of a season.
Pretty big names down there. And he just sits down and acts like it's no big deal. Well, again, the Indians have had their chances. They just haven't been able to capitalize off Martin Perez. Again, they had that's the 4th straight inning where that leadoff man was able to reach.
Now Brandon Guyer with a double and a run scored in the 2nd. Led off the 4th with a base hit. But the Indians couldn't get him around to get him in.
Yeah, he's hit the ball right on the button 2 times tonight.
To the count. Guyer now 8 for his last 30 at the plate. Same pitch, took it again, called 3rd strike. 1 down here in the 6th, and that's the 4th strikeout. Martin Perez.
Both fastballs there. He threw the changeup where he swung and missed, and then he runs 2 fastballs up and they're in the strike zone. And he thought they were inside, lifting his arms up. They were good pitches.
Well, here's Yandy Diaz. He's had an interesting night. First time up, opposite field RBI single, and then came around to score a run. Second time up, he drove Chu to the wall in right field, and Chu made a heck of a catch. And now he launches the bat down the third base line and into shallow left.
They have a new record for the bat throw.
Kelly Shopik has been unseated.
That's got to be about 120 feet. And I mean, that thing took off. Checked up very well, too. Look at the bat, just comes flying out of that hand with gloves and everything.
Well, as strong as he is, I'm not surprised that we have a new record holder.
It was.
Upstairs with a fastball and a count 1-1. Martin Perez keeps pounding the Indians hitters inside of his fastball.
They're starting to look for that changeup away, you know, and they've hit him over there. So now he's making the adjustment of going inside, and they say, okay, he came in once, but will he do it again? Well, he did to Geyer. Let's see if he does here.
About to make his 100th pitch of the night, and he's walking a very thin line. You figure another base runner and his night's over.
Remember, this is only his second start since coming off of the disabled list. His last one was right before the break. There you go. Tried to come back in. He was ready for it that time with 2 strikes.
You do have the left-handed hitting Kipnis on deck with the right-hander up in the bullpen, so Jeff Bannister may be thinking Perez stays on for Kipnis regardless of what happens with Diaz.
Yeah, I could see that.
Well, we will see. Encarnacion, go ahead run at first base. Popped up foul, and that'll find the seats. Not a lot of foul ground here in Arlington. In fact, there might be less foul territory here than in any park. It just doesn't seem like there's any room.
And when a ball goes behind home plate, they have the brick there. It could bounce back and, you know, a deflection. You got to be careful there as well. But you can watch the approach to Diaz trying to hit everything to right field. I mean, that's just his makeup. That's what he tries to do.
Chops this one on the hole through the left side for a base hit. So he has hit 2 balls to the right side and now pulls the ball on through the left side of the infield, and he is 2 for 3 on the night.
He's taking advantage of his opportunity that you mentioned about earlier. Watch, he gets enough of this ball where he tops it, but it's in the right hole between short and third. Perez made a good pitch on him, but it gets through this hard infield, and now first and second.
With 1 out, Jason Kipnis the batter. 2-run homer for Kip in the second inning, grounded out in the 4th. And what is all, and what you figure in all likelihood, this will be the last hitter of the night for Perez now.
Well, you can see how many opportunities the Rangers have had. 7 for 15, 2 for 4 for the Indians.
And a line drive base hit center field. Encarnacion coming around third. He'll be waved home. The Indians will take the lead. Throw to second base, and Kipnis is safe. And the Rangers might challenge that call, but regardless of how it turns out, the Indians have taken a 5-4 advantage on Jason Kipnis's RBI single. He has driven in 3 on the night.
Love the swing right there by Jason Kipnis to take it the other way. And, you know, Yandy's hustling to third base. It was a great play here for his hustle, but I think that DeShields in center field made a mistake. He should have went right to second base to keep the double play in order, because Yandy burned him. He was running that way, and he sees him. He didn't really have a chance. So that's the smart play. Beltre cuts it and goes to second to even make it close. Kip did a nice job to follow that play.
And now the Rangers are going to go to the bullpen.
Yep, and Perez is done.
So great hustle by Jason Kipnis. His 3rd run driven in on the night. Indians have a 5-4 lead with only 1 out, 2nd and 3rd, and we'll be right back.
Children's is the official kids fan club of the Cleveland Indians, designed for kids ages 6 to 14. Memberships are $20, and they include invitations to exclusive events and great tribe gear. Visit Indians.com for more details.
Indians will send a pitch hitter up to the plate here. Corey Guerin on the pitch now for the Texas Rangers. He came over from the San Francisco Giants in a trade on July the 8th. And Guerin will face a pinch hitter, and it will be Yonder Alonso who will bat for Roberto Perez.
I like this with the hustle. Now they have 2nd and 3rd.
Infield in. Down low, ball 1.
Yeah, nice to have him come off the bench now in a situation like this, an RBI opportunity. Indians retake the lead and a chance to add on.
Off the plate, he went after it.
A guy that came to Texas from San Francisco. That was in July. He came over with Jason Barr and Austin Jackson before they DFA'd Austin Jackson. So he's pitched well since coming over to Texas.
That's down low. 2 balls and a strike.
Yeah, this is one infield here where I don't know if I was an infielder I'd want to play that close, as hard and as quick as this infield.
Yeah, this grass here is almost like AstroTurf.
Yeah, exactly.
It's cut so tight.
And the ground is so hard.
And Alonso fouls one back. That chunk of the umpire.
I think it's a lot like the fields that we see in Arizona. You know, when we go for spring training where that infield after you have a hot spring. That sun bakes it and they get hard and ground balls seem to just fly through there.
Upstairs with that pitch. And now a full count. First base is open with the right-handed hitting Rajay Davis on deck. Indians up now 5-4. Trying to really take command of the game with a big hit here. Outside, ball 4, bases loaded.
Now you'll get
Tyler Naquin, it looks like, will pinch hit for Rajay Davis. As Tito goes to his bench once again. And it looks like Alonso's been lifted for a pinch runner. Yan Gomes will run for Alonso since he's going to take over that spot anyway in the lineup.
Right.
So we got a lot of action here. Bases loaded, 1 out. Tyler Naquin, the batter. The Indians, a team that is at 8 grand slams on the year.
Yeah, they have been the best at it in the first half as far as bases loaded. They were what, over 400. Yeah, key is getting strikes.
Great stop at short by Andrus. Goes to second to get the force on Gomes for the second out of the inning. Yandy Diaz scoring on the play, so Naquin will pick up the RBI. And the Indians' lead is now 6-4. But Elvis Andrus just kept the Rangers in the game. Because if that gets by him, they're off to the races. But man, that's a heck of a play.
It sure is. They weren't going to get a double play. Odor, he didn't even look to first base. He was looking to see if they were going to round at third, but he did save a run. Named a base hit. They get the second out. I thought Naquin had himself a base knock going into the hole, but they get the run home.
3 runs in the inning. It's the Indians' second 3-run inning of the night. They had 3 in the second, now 3 here in the 6th. And Francisco Lindor is the 8th man to bat in the inning. By the way, you were right. The Indians a 400 team average coming into tonight in bases loaded situations, and Tyler Naquin was 2 for 3 and just robbed of a hit on a heck of a play by Andrus.
Yeah, that's too bad, but he did get the run home, so good for him. All started by a leadoff home run, Jose Ramirez on the first pitch, his 30th. And then the walk.
Yeah, what do we always say? Usually solo homers don't lead to rallies, but
well, this one did. Well, the walk did after the home run is what happened. But they were getting to Perez anyway. They had opportunities.
All 6 runs to this point charged to the starter Martin Perez, and Kipnis at third base still his responsibility. And a foul out of play by Lindor. 1-1 to count. Tyler Naquin stealing second base. Pretty much uncontested. Not much of a defense for the Rangers.
Yeah, no one even budged. They were giving it to him. They want this third out right here.
Foul back, 2-2. Corey Guerin, an interesting story in that he was originally drafted by the Atlanta Braves. He was a 4th-round pick back in '07. But after 7 years with the organization, they released him. And he caught on with the Giants, resurrected his career. High pop center field. This will get him out of the inning, or at least it should. DeShields makes the catch. So the Indians, for the second time tonight, score 3 runs in an inning. A leadoff homer by Jose Ramirez, and the Indians are up 6-4. Behind the plate, Tyler Naquin is now in center field. Willie Calhoun leading off, takes a strike. Oliver Perez, who got 3 big outs in the 5th, stays on to face Calhoun, and that'll be it. We'll see Neil Ramirez after this. Wow, good breaking ball. Now he's up 0-2 on him.
Well, he did a heck of a job to get out of last inning, did Perez. He had a couple of infield fly rules that were 2 foul balls. One at third base, one at first base. Have you ever seen that before?
Swing and a little number off the end of the bat. Perez, quick release, gets his man. He retires all 4 that he faces here tonight. Tito goes back to the bullpen. Indians up 6-4 here in the bottom of the 6th, and we'll be right back. Bottom of the 5th inning, T-Mobile built for baseball. Robinson Chirinos RBI single knocks Trevor Bauer out of the game. Texas goes ahead 4-3. In comes Oliver Perez with 2 on and nobody out. He gets back-to-back foul outs and then strikes out Chu looking to end the inning. What a job by Oliver Perez.
Yes, sir.
In a tough spot right there. And then the Indians come right back and put him in line for a victory if they can hold on and win this game here tonight.
Big flip in the ball game.
Here's Neil Ramirez making his 26th appearance of the year. He's got Elvis Andrus and Adrian Beltre, back-to-back right-handed hitters. Starts him off with a breaking ball. And all of a sudden he's 3-0 on Elvis Andrus. Four-pitch walk. Tying run to the plate now for Texas. We're right back here tomorrow night. Indians, Rangers. Round 2.
Big Bart. Hard to believe he's still pitching. He's going to get a start against his former club.
Breaking ball in for strike 1. High pop right field, shallow, racing in his Geyer, and he's there. 2 down. It's going to bring up Rougned Odor, who has 2 hits, stolen base, and a run scored tonight.
Yeah, that was the when you were talking about that 5th inning when they overturned that stolen base. He was called out originally. They overturned it, and that's when they came back and were able to get back-to-back hits and take the lead.
Indians have the three-man shift on the right side. Odor, a guy who lately has been using the whole field better, which is why he's been swinging the bat for a better average of late. But you know, it's almost like he's gone from pillar to post. Before, he was sort of an all or nothing hitter. He was swinging for the fences. He was hitting a lot of home runs. Now his overall season numbers are still not very impressive at .239 average, but he's been better average-wise late. But maybe the home runs haven't been as frequent, although he does have 5 home runs in his last 22 games.
Well,
he only has 6 for the year, though.
When you're a younger guy, and
runner goes.
Andrews, he knows he's safe.
Ball got away from Lindor. It was a good throw by Gomes. I didn't think he had a chance, but he made a really good throw. Made it close.
Sliding to the outside part of the base. His hand was there even if he holds on to that ball, which he could not. But you know, talk about Odor when he came up and hit a lot of those home runs. They start shooting for home runs, and you know, they come from good quality at bats when you can hit a home run. If you can just make good line drive contact. Like, I mean, a lot like we see Lindor and Ramirez do.
Before June 10th, he was batting .212 and had 1 homer in his first 45 games. So he pretty much had hit rock bottom.
Well, yeah, you better make an adjustment or you won't be playing long.
Well, since then he's hit .276. And hey, what do you know? The home runs have come back because he's just not thinking about hitting home runs, but they're more of a byproduct of having better overall at bats.
Yeah, and in this situation, I know it's a 2-run game and a home run could tie it, but a base hit gets you 1 closer. You're only in the 6th inning.
Ramirez 1 pitch from getting out of the frame. That's all he's focused on here. And the 3-2 pitch is swung on and missed. Oh, nice job by Neil Ramirez. Walked the first guy he faced, but comes back and gets a huge strikeout of Odor to end the inning. 6-4 Cleveland as we head to the 7th.
by your local Toyota dealers. Visit buyatoyota.com. Toyota, let's go places. And by the injury lawyers at Elk & Elk. Proud partners of the Cleveland Indians. Call 1-800-ELK, Ohio.
6-4 Indians. 7th inning. New pitcher for Texas. It's right-hander Ricardo Rodriguez. And hasn't gone real well for him in 3 games since getting called up from AAA. He's given up 2 runs in 5 2/3 innings.
Yeah, second stint with the Rangers this year. Started the year on the 60-day DL with some arm issues.
Left-handed batters are 6 for 9 against him, and Michael Brantley leads off for Cleveland. Temperature here in Arlington has plummeted down to just 96 degrees.
Well, feels tolerable now. How about that?
Let's ask Andre what he thinks.
He's sleeping.
Tolerable?
Never mind.
Oh, he passed out.
Yeah, he's out.
I don't sleep in this type of weather. Are you kidding me?
It's just right for you, isn't it?
I got to tell you, it doesn't feel any different, to be honest. There's somewhat of a breeze, but it don't feel much different.
We just wanted to check on you, boss, so you're doing all right.
High fly ball center field. DeShields. 1 down.
Well, season tickets offer the best perks, including savings and access to Tribe Rewards. And today's Tribe Rewards code is Trevor. Visit Indians.com for complete details.
Jose Ramirez will solo homer in the 6th to straightaway center field, his 30th on the year.
There's that list, fewest to
right at Odor. He'll throw out Ramirez, 2 down. Back on May the 2nd, the Indians had 7 hits with runners in scoring position. But Edwin Encarnacion just hit home runs. Not 1, not 2, but 3 of them in the Indians' 12-4 rout of the Rangers. Tonight he's 0 for 2. He walked and came around to score in the 6th. Pulls that one foul. Kansas City trying to close out Minnesota. Royals lead the Twins 6-2 in the 9th at Kauffman Stadium. Blooped toward right. It's going to drop for a hit. Edwin keeps the inning alive for the Indians. So how about this one, Arch? Tonight in the Motor City, the Red Sox beat the Tigers 1-0. Care to wager how long that game took to play?
I'm going to say 2 hours and 4 minutes.
How about 3 hours, 31 minutes?
What?
3.5 hours for a 1-0 game. Isn't that crazy?
Very crazy.
And it wasn't like there were a ton of hits. Red Sox 1 run, 6 hits, no errors. Tigers no runs, 5 hits, 1
So
error.
11 hits in the ball game. It took 3.5 hours. That's crazy.
Yeah, a lot of pitchers. 10 pitchers total. 4 for the Red Sox, 6 for the Tigers. David Price got the win. He went 6 1/3. Anyway, thought that was
interesting.
Surprising. Yeah.
It is.
The post Manny Machado era has begun in Baltimore, and they lost in a walk-off in Toronto 8-7. 10 innings. Off the glove to the backstop it goes, and Edwin goes down to second base. I think they'll score that a wild pitch even though it went off the glove.
Yeah, it looked like it.
This is borderline.
Let's see. Chirinos, he's got a. It's hot. He's been out
that's
there
a
all
pass
night.
ball. That should be a pass ball, I think.
I'm going to put it.
You going PB?
AG. No, heat exhaustion. He's been back there all night with the gear on.
The official score will rule it a pass ball. You go with whatever you want. Geyer on a 3-0 pitch, slams it up the middle. That's going to bring home Edwin, extending the Indians' lead to 7-4. Well, that's a big hit for Brandon Geyer, his 3rd of the night. He's 3 for 4. And the Indians extend that lead. Well, you get those 2-out opportunities, and when you cash in, that lifts the whole dugout and deflates the other one.
Well, it sure does, and I'll tell you what, he has scuffled this year, you know, against right-handed pitching. So for him to get that, and he's hit the ball.
Only problem he's had tonight is staying on his feet.
Yeah, that's true. He's on skates tonight.
Where are you, Lonnie?
For Brandon, that's his 3rd hit off a right-hander. So good for him. He's had a good night, hit the ball on the nose, and a nice 2-out base hit to add another run.
Did Lonnie Smith earn that nickname in, was it 1 World Series
Skates?
or postseason?
Yeah, there's a couple times. Well, he used to fall down a lot going after fly balls.
So it wasn't just on the national stage.
No.
Yeah, okay.
Although, no,
it doesn't help.
Did it numerous times.
Well, Yandy Diaz, his first game of the year with the big league club, and he's been terrific. First time up, he drove home Brandon Geyer with an opposite field RBI single and scored a run. Second time up, he drove Chu to the wall in right field, and then third time up, pulled a single through the left side of the infield and came around to score. But if you joined us late, Terry Francona told me before the game that it's a short run for Diaz. He's here for about 4 games. They've got Shane Bieber, who will be called back to make a start on Tuesday back in Cleveland.
Right.
And then Diaz will go back. The plan is for Diaz to go back to AAA Columbus. But as you and I know, that's the plan. But who knows if he runs with his opportunity?
Let's wait and
who
see.
knows?
Let's wait and see, because he probably tomorrow against Cologne, he won't get a chance to play. You know, or an opportunity, I wouldn't think.
You're right. And they were supposed to have another left-hander in the series, but that got changed.
You're going to see the left-handed lineup in there, so he will not get an at-bat. But
though I don't know that the Indians look at him as strictly a platoon type guy.
no, when you can hit, you can hit. He can
Right.
stay back on the baseball, but you know, I would assume Alonso's going to be back in there. Eddie
No
will be
doubt.
DH.
No doubt.
So then there's just not a spot for him. But they have had a spell where they go quite a while without facing a left-hander. They've done very well against left-handed pitching this year. The Indians have. They are.
Runner goes. Diaz lines another base hit. This went into center field. Geyer's on his way to third. And so Diaz, like Geyer, with 3 hits on the night.
Well, when you look at it, the bottom part of the lineup, Kipnis has a couple of hits, and Rajai Davis had 2 hits, and Naquin got taken up a hit, but he's got an RBI. So the bottom part of the lineup's done a really nice job tonight all the way through.
Well, let's take a look right now at our Miller Lite Hold True moment. Jason Kipnis, first time up, 2-run homer. Boom, that put the Indians ahead at the time. Then he came back in the 6th inning.
Love that hit.
And that RBI single gave the Indians the lead again.
Yeah, he wants to, Doug Brokill wants to keep this a 3-run game with 2 outs. Don't want to get him any deeper or anything more on the board.
Jason Kipnis takes aim against Ricardo Rodriguez, who got the first 2 outs of the inning, but then 3 straight singles. You know, we've always looked at this ballpark as a good place to hit, but it's weird. I've always thought of it as more of a home run, an extra base hit type park because of the alleys, but boy, a lot of singles too.
Well, yeah, it's so quick.
Yeah.
You know, and it's good doubles. It's a good offensive park. I can see why pitchers don't want to come here to pitch. It's hot, it's humid.
And that's going to get him out of the inning. Popped up shallow center. Out goes Andrus. He's called off by DeShields. And the inning is over. But the Indians tack 1 on here in the 7th on a Brandon Guyer RBI single. It's 7-4 Cleveland. As we go now to the home half of the 7th inning. Big story coming out of the All-Star break for the Indians, the trade. The addition of 2 key guys in the bullpen. Adam Cimber, right-hander, and Brad Hand, the left-hander. And let's get a listen to a scouting report on both guys from each other.
Can't say enough about his stuff. I mean, he's got nasty stuff. His mentality, we always called him unflappable, Brad. Good or bad, like he's not going to show a lot of emotion. Ready whenever the phone rings.
He's real competitive. You can see it when he's out there. He does his little hop behind the mound before he takes him out, and he does that because it's kind of like a boxer going into the ring. That's what gets him going. So, real competitive guy. It's been fun playing with him for the first half of the year, and excited to play with him for the second half of the year.
What a great way to do it. Let them each do a scouting report on each other. That's beautiful.
Cimber was up earlier, did not get into the game. Now Brad Hand getting loose. And we'll see what Tito's plan is for him, whether he comes on here in the 7th or if he wants him ready to pitch the 8th to face Chu and Calhoun at the top of the order. Neil Ramirez got the final 2 outs of the 6th inning.
The one thing Tito wanted to make sure after these trades that was put out there, he said, if you're an Indians fan, he says, we're for real. He goes, the 2 guys that the team has gone out and gotten the last 3 years, and Adam Miller, and then going to get Hand yesterday. Because that should tell anybody that's a Cleveland Indians fan they're for real and they plan on being here for a while. And he says that if you see Cherney or if you see anyone else with the program that works with the team, pat them on the back because they've done a heck of a job. Because he said all Major League Baseball wanted Brad Hand in their bullpen at some point in time.
Yeah. Andre, look, it's easy to play amateur general manager to sit back and say, well, they should have done this, they should have done that, or they didn't do enough. But it's not easy to try and consummate a trade when you've got a lot of competition. Everybody's seeking the same thing. But I just think what the Indians front office has done that's been really impressive is they've been proactive. They've been out.
Right.
And when they went out and got at Andrew Miller, they got him sort of out ahead of everybody else.
Right.
And they did the same thing this year.
Yeah, I agree with you, but you just said it perfectly. You got to have a dance partner. You can't, it's easy to say, well, I want this guy, or we want this, or we want that. You got to find the right dance partner, and you got to do it the right time in the right place. But I agree, jumping the gun a little bit, I think, helped them in both of those cases.
I liked it because they're not rentals. You got them for some length of time, and I think that's the key with the way the bullpen situation is. When you have a couple of free agents in Miller and Cody Allen at the end of the year, you've got these 2 guys now under control for, I think he said in your interview, about 8 years.
Combined 8 years.
Combined.
Yeah. Yep.
And the other thing you guys both know, in the American League, of the 3 other teams that you'll probably face when you get deep into it, think about the right-handed hitters that you're going to have to face. Cimber is going to be a big part of this. Sure. Because you look at the Yankees, you got the 2 big guys. You look at the Astros, they've got the 2 big guys off. 3, really, with Springer from the right-hand side. You look at the Red Sox, Mookie and J.D. Martinez. You're going to need a righty in the 6th and 7th inning to get these guys out at some point in time.
Well, and it's not a normal righty. It's just a different look righty that nobody has seen in this league.
Best thing he said is that he looked at a ton of film of Darren O'Day last year when he had to stay in extended spring training. He was unhappy about it. He said, but he took it and he ran with it. He tried to see why Darren O'Day was so good, and he said it's changed his whole career.
Nice.
Well, the only problem for Neil Ramirez tonight has been that first batter. He walked the first man he faced in the 6th, and he's done it again here in the 7th. Robinson Chirinos with a weak pop to left. Brantley. 1 down. Here comes Terry Francona, and it looks like we will see the Indians' debut of Brad Hand right here in the 7th inning with Joey Gallo, the big left-handed power bat, coming up for Texas. Tito makes a wave to the bullpen. We've got a timeout in Arlington. 7-4 Cleveland. Debut of Brad Hand, just acquired from San Diego this year with the Padres. Take a look at what he's been able to do. I mean, he was a Padres closer, 24 saves on the year. And, you know, as Tito said, he's going to look at how the ninth inning matches up sometimes with he and Cody Allen. And if they've got a bunch of left-handers coming up in the ninth, he goes, I might use Brad Hand in the ninth inning. And it's a situation where he's able to make those kind of moves, Arch, because they've assembled the kind of people from a mentality standpoint that they don't have to worry about egos and hurt feelings and all that kind of nonsense. These guys are all pulling in the same direction.
Yeah, they always have.
And they'll figure it out.
Yeah, they will.
Hand's got a good fastball, 96-mile-an-hour fastball that keeps you honest, but he's got a really good breaking ball. And I talked to our good buddy Mark Grant in San Diego with the Fox Sports that does the Padres games, and he said, in addition to how well he pitches, he said he's just a super guy, and he said he's one of those guys that he likes the tough situations. He wants to be out there when the game's on the line. Down low. But you said something to me interesting that I hadn't really considered, and I'm sure maybe it's the fan in me that, you know, these guys are still human, and you coming from a club that was in last place to a club that's, you know, in first place, and there's maybe a little nerves that are under the surface.
Guaranteed. It's going to take them a while to fit in. Hey, it's shock. When you get traded, I don't care, in the middle of the season, it's not an easy thing to do. It's going to take them a little while to feel comfortable, get to know people. Sure, you're going to do your best, but it's still an uncomfortable feeling. You know, all you can do is go out there and do the best you can out on the mound. That's what they got you for, is the baseball stuff, and it'll fall into play. But he's going to want to do anything and everything he can. And he's going to realize, hey, this is fun. Man. When you expect to win every day, it's a little different.
He hung one there, and Gallo swats it out of here. And it's a one-run game. It's 7-6.
Yeah, there's the mistake. If you don't locate that breaking ball to Gallo, he can hit it a long way, and he does. He hits his 23rd home run. And watch the location. See that ball just right there, middle, breaking ball. And there's the swing, that uppercut. He just launches it, and see you later. So they come back to within one.
And now Delino DeShields, who is 1 for 3 on the night with a bunt single back in the second inning. Good breaking ball that time. And it's 0-2. And that fastball misses outside. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Well, I guess one way you look at it, Arch, if you're Brad Hand, it's like, well, get the bad stuff out of the way early.
Well, I remember Andrew Miller gave up a pitch to Joe Mauer in his first game, if you recall, in Progressive Field. he hung a pitch, he made a bad pitch, and it got hit out of the ballpark. That's happening to anybody. Maybe could have used his fastball there, but you don't second guess. I don't know him.
And that might be a case where, you know, for Yan Gomes too, and Roberto Perez, when he's in there getting to know those guys. And
absolutely.
I mean, they've already talked, obviously, but.
Yeah, you talk, but as a pitcher, you know, it may take him a couple of days before he can, you know, he's going to trust what they put down.
Yeah.
They know the hitters.
2 down. Now, the one thing, I don't know how much he pitched in the series, but the Padres were just here a couple weeks ago. San Diego played the Rangers in interleague play. They were here for a 3-game series in the last week of June. So you might have thought, well, at least he's coming to a team that he's seen recently in the American League, as opposed to a guy from the National League that goes into a series. I've never faced any of these guys before. Shin-Soo Choo leans back from a fastball.
I got something for you. Right now, the Rangers only have 64 games left. 55 of them are scheduled to take place in either Texas or California the rest of the year. The 2 states.
Wow.
How about that?
Because of the division they play in.
Sure.
So what'd you say, 55 out of
64.
Blew it right by Choo. 1-2 the count. That's pretty cool. I was just looking at their schedule because it's on the top of the desk here. They go to the Yankees, they go to the Diamondbacks, they go to Seattle.
That's it.
That's the only.
I know. Other than Texas and California, it's crazy.
That's wild. Now the 1-2. And Choo fouls it away to stay alive. You know, the other thing that Terry Francona told me today that I thought was interesting with regards to the dynamic of having Cody Allen and Brad Hand, he said, I want to make sure that I keep the workload between the 2 of them even, balanced.
Well, and that's what he did when Miller was here. You know, he kept it balanced. But now, if you can get Hand in there and then they start working it out. Remember, Miller's on his way back in another few weeks.
Weekly hit to second base. Jason Kipnis will throw him out. 2-run homer by Joey Gallo gets the Rangers within 1 through 7. 7-6 Cleveland.
Reproduced or retransmitted in any form, and the accounts and descriptions of this game may not be disseminated without the express written consent of the Cleveland Indians.
Well, 7-6 ball game. Indians on top. 8th inning. And the 4th pitcher of the night for Texas is Jose Leclerc. Tell you what, he's been pitching well. Last 8 games, he's given up 1 hit.
Not hitting very much off him, are they? $138.
Yan Gomes, his first at bat of the night, came on as a pinch runner in the 6th. And Leclerc's fastball upstairs, ball 1. Out of play.
That wind's starting to pick up here now.
Threw it by him. Down at the bottom of the zone, 2-2. Upstairs, so he went down at the bottom of the zone with that fastball and then ran it right up to the top part of the strike zone. Hey, the Positive Coaching Alliance is dedicated to ensure all young athletes have a positive character building youth sports experience. So support the Positive Coaching Alliance of Cleveland's mission by joining us for a breakfast with the Indians on August 1st. For tickets, call 440-465-6552 or visit cleveland.positivecoach.org. Some members of the Indians front office will be there to talk about their organizational philosophy. On the appeal, Naquin went too far. Tyler came on as a pinch hitter, picked up an RBI in that 6th inning when he was robbed of a hit on a terrific diving play by Elvis Andrus, who got a force out. Naquin reached on the fielder's choice. This little tapper went foul.
Do you see the spin on that?
Sure did.
He decided to run, and then Chirinos, he was going to try and make a play, but once that ball hit the ground, it just went foul. He decided, I got to let it go. I'm not going to get him. Straight up, there's Tyler going out of the box. He knows it, and then there's that spin.
Leclerc's fastball sails high. Tonight's game, we've had 13 runs, 23 hits, and 16 men left on base. Only thing he could do with that was hit it foul. It was bearing in on him. And a ground ball to first. The flip. The Indians go with 2 down and go back to the top of the order as Francisco Lindor will come to the plate. He is 1 for 3 tonight. Single back in the 3rd. He walked in the 5th. Training camp daily starts tomorrow. Does that say starts tomorrow? Yeah, I don't think they're ready for camp just yet. But it's crazy, Arch. I was just reading something today. Advertisement for the Great Hall of Fame game in Canton, Ohio. And oh my gosh, that's here.
Sure, it's getting to the end of July. There's a late All-Star break.
Yeah, and by the way, we made mention of that several times when we were talking about some of the numbers that Frankie and Jose had done. You know, Indians history prior to the All-Star break. I look, next year, it's a week earlier.
Right. It was 95 games.
Yeah.
I mean, that's, figure it out.
A lot of excitement will be building in Cleveland. Next year's All-Star game in the Rock and Roll City. 1-1 to Lindor. And I think it's going to be really cool for the fans that were there back in '97.
Right.
Just to see how much the All-Star experience has changed in 20 years.
Oh my goodness. Yeah.
You know, more events, more to do, more for kids,
especially
in
out
particular.
in the communities and things like that.
That's going to be awesome.
It's going to be a special time.
I don't think there was a Futures game back in '97, so that's part of the big weekend now too.
Well, that'll take place on Sunday.
Down low. Yeah, usually it's Sunday's the Futures game, Monday's the Home Run Derby, and then Tuesday's the game itself. So,
hey, the question I have: can Arch get in the Legends game or the Celebrity game?
He has to, doesn't he?
He's our celebrity. We've got to put him up there, right?
When does that game take place?
It takes place on the Monday, right?
We'll
before
get
the
you
home
there.
run. No, you're going to be there.
Oh,
that bounced and hit him.
Didn't it? It bounced and hit him.
Yeah, it did. It sure did.
That's not one you see very often. But it keeps the inning alive. Watch this again.
I've been suspended from that game, Andre. There you go. The bounce out in front. It's going to get him right on the leg, the knee.
Yeah.
Ricocheted off that right knee as he was bending it to get out of the way. It was a breaking ball. And he spikes down into the dirt.
We'll make you an umpire, then. I think you could do that.
Oh, thanks.
You'd look good in blue.
We're wearing umpire blue tonight.
Right.
Pretty much.
Getting him ready for a year from now.
Lindor takes off. Here's the throw down. Close. Call is safe. Now it's almost automatic. Every time a fielder, after the play is made, after the call is made, the fielder comes up, points right to the dugout.
I don't know if he's explaining to Andrews if he pushed him off the base.
That's what he was saying, Arch.
Yeah, I think it is, because he's safe. Now look at him. Oh, he lifted it up right there when he was down on his knee and said he pushed him off. And watch. If you watch, he's on his knee. He's safe there. Now watch his glove. And then you see him move it like that was a pretty good deke, though. I will say that. Pretty good deke.
Jeff Bannister is going to challenge the play. I don't know how do you challenge that though, unless maybe that's not what the home plate umpire or the second base umpire DJ Rayburn called.
Okay, explain to him. Well, we're going to find out eventually.
It looked like that's what Rayburn had said to Elvis Andrus, that no, you can't. You pushed him off, so that's why I called him safe. But maybe Jeff Bannister's figures, well, we've got a challenge. Maybe he's out anyway. Maybe that's what.
And he wants to keep it a one-run game. This could, could be a big play. You see, he did go off the base, but I think he's saying that Elvis Andrus forced him off the bag. That's the only thing I could figure here. Now, with the appeal, I don't know if we're going to get the true story.
Here's the official decision. Unsafe is the call. He was pushed off the
There
bag.
you go. He was pushed off, forced off the base. Frankie's still talking.
Somewhere Ron Gann is saying that should have been the call in the World Series when Ken Herbeck picked me up off the base.
First base?
Yeah. 2 down, runner in scoring position now for Michael Brantley. As you say, Arch, that could prove to be a big play in this game if Brantley can deliver. Fly ball fairly deep right, but not deep enough. Chu is there, and the inning is over. Middle of the 8th, 7-6 Cleveland. Back to the ball game here on Sports Time Ohio. Al and Jensen will have the highlights, analysis. Andre will have interviews. Stay tuned. It's all coming up straight ahead. Right now, though, more baseball to go. We're in the bottom of the 8th inning. Brad Hand stays on to start. He's got the left-handed hitting Willie Calhoun. A couple of right-handers to follow. And Tito has double barrel action in the bullpen. So Calhoun, an RBI single back in the 2nd inning. One ball, one strike. Cody Allen, the closer, already up with Adam Simber, the newly acquired right-hander from San Diego. Back out of play. bounced in front of the other batter's box. 2-2. Now the 2-2. And that's outside, full count. Oh, what a pitch. Rung him up. Beautiful. And that's going to be it for Brad Hand. He strikes out Willie Calhoun to start the 8th. Now Tito will go back to the bullpen as we take another look at this big looping curve.
Good pitch.
So, timeout here at Arlington. Indians still up a run. And we'll see who Tito summons. It's going to be the new guy, Adam Simber, when we come back.
See how he attacks lefties and attacks righties and everybody, and I think it's just a combination of everything. Just taking a step back from the game and also really just focusing on getting myself better and just being free and attacking after that.
7-6 is the score, and Adam Simber, who came to the Indians from San Diego along with Brad Hand. He's just a rookie. He was a 9th round pick in 2013 out of the University of San Francisco. Made the Padres ball club out of spring training this year. And look at that delivery.
Well, it certainly is a different look, which is nice to have for a right-hander, and has had success against right-handed hitters. And he's going to face a couple of good ones right now.
Good fastball. Well, he also says that, you know, he's been able to pitch better against lefties too. But he said in the past I would just pitch around him. Everything was away. But he said now I've figured out how to mix up my pitches. This one's ripped right back up the middle. And Elvis Andrus with his first hit of the night. But he's aboard for the 3rd time because he walked in each of his last 2 plate appearances.
Well, this is what you do against a guy that throws from down here. That was elevated, so it made it a little bit easier, but up the middle other way. You know, if he's going to get in there, you stay on that breaking ball, and it gets by him into center field. So there's the tying run on base.
And the batter is now Adrian Beltre, 1 for 4 tonight. Weekly grounded to Lindor. He'll take it himself. There's one on the first, double play. Adam Simber's Indians debut ends with a 2-for-1 ball and keeps the Indians in front by a run as we head to the 9th. Capture our storylines, brought to you by your Ford dealers. Edwin Encarnacion against the Rangers in his career have had a lot of success tonight. This 1 for 3, although he has scored a couple of runs. And the Rangers have struck out 10 times tonight. That's nothing new.
No, it's not.
Indians have only struck out 5 times as a team. And here in the 9th, it'll be Jose Ramirez, Edwin, and Brandon Guyer. Jake Diekman, left-hander, on the pitch for the Rangers.
The amazing thing, this guy is better against right-handers, a 190 average. Against the left-handers, lefties are hitting 300, 12 for 40.
He's only given up runs in 2 of his last 19 games pitched. Odor has to hurry, and a good throw just does nab Ramirez for out number 1.
See how high that ball bounced on the second hop on that dirt. He had to go up, and it was over his head.
I wonder, Arch, over the years, how many different ways the grounds crew here has tried to do whatever they can to keep the field from drying out. It's, you can't beat Mother Nature, can you?
No, you certainly not, but the sun bakes it. You just certainly cannot do it.
And so you've got the heat here, which is just, I mean, it's just brutal. But on top of that, it's always windy.
Yeah.
So it's going to dry it out. I mean, you can water it all day long, and and as soon as you stop, it's going to dry out in a hurry. Yeah. All that, though, will be a thing of the past in just a couple of years. If you joined us late, the Rangers building a new ballpark. It's just beyond the right field wall here in Arlington, and there's a look at the construction. Way off in the distance beyond that crane, that's the Cowboys Stadium that rises.
Looks like a spaceship.
There's a line drive base hit to left field for Edwin. So his second hit of the night. Pat O'Brien Chevrolet play of the game. How about Brandon Geyer with a 3-knock night? Started with a double, and this was beautiful.
Sure did. I mean, it looked like he hit a changeup into left center field and came up and smoked a ball into right field. And then slipped on first base and goes down. He was hustling to get to second. Then falls before he gets out of the box there on his third hit.
What are you going to do for an encore? Well, there's a sky-high pop-up. Second baseman Odor. It's kind of funny. His reaction, as soon as he caught that ball, he immediately turned and looked back to Elvis Andrus. I'm not sure if he was saying something to him.
They may have been, but you know what? You're not going to drop it because Geyer was going down the line. He was at first base, so you still want Encarnacion on the base. So I don't know what they were talking about.
2 down. Here's another guy that's had a big night. Yandy Diaz. He has 3 hits, all 3 singles. Drove in a run on the second. Has scored 2 runs. 2 of his hits went to right. 1 hit went to left. Low fastball, bottom of the zone. Oh, had a fastball right there, and he fouls it straight back. And Arch, sounds so simple, but you said that before about Jose Ramirez. When he gets his fastball, he doesn't miss it.
Right.
Why do guys miss that fastball when it's right, seemingly down the middle?
That's where you have to. It's not a swing and miss pitch, fastballs, you know. So I don't know. You're just underneath it a little bit. He got onto that. Was a breaking ball.
Oh, it gets by to Shields. Oh, a disaster for Texas. Encarnacion's going to score all the way from first. Yandy racing into third. He'll stay there with an RBI triple. A 4-hit night for Yandy Diaz. His second run batted in. And the Indians' lead is now 8-6.
Well, when you're a center fielder and you're going after that ball, he thought he was going to catch it. It's a breaking ball. He lines into center field, and then Shields thinks it's going to stay up, and it hops before him, and he can't keep a body on it. That enables Encarnacion to score from first. He missed it by about a foot, so a tough play. But once it gets by him, there's no stopping him. So that's an insurance run for the Indians. That certainly helps. And what a night for Yandy.
And now Jason Kipnis.
3 singles and a triple. Driven in a pair. Scored a pair.
I think his arms get bigger with every swing.
Just want to know why you're wearing sleeves on a 100-degree night. Used to it.
Regulates the body temperature, keeps it steady.
Okay.
That's what they used to tell me in the foundry anyway. The old guys will walk around with long sleeve shirts. I'm like, what are you doing? Don't keeps the body temperature steady. I'm like, you go with that. I'm going with short sleeves.
Yeah, thanks. Stay with that. When you pass out, I'll pick you up.
Jason Kipnis, a 2-run homer in the second, an RBI single in the 6th. And he pulls it foul. Popped him up center field. DeShields this time won't have to dive. Makes the catch. But Yandy Diaz, in his first game of the year with the big league club, has 4 knocks, 2 runs batted in, 2 runs scored, 8-6 Cleveland. The bottom of the ninth. Cody Allen on to close it out. But all the talk coming into tonight was about the new additions to the Indians bullpen. Brad Hand in his Indians debut gave up a 2-run homer to Joey Gallo, but he inherited the base runner. Other than that, he retired everybody that he faced.
Yeah, he made a bad pitch there. Made a good one right there, so he won an inning on the night. Gave up the 1 hit, the home run.
At Simber, he got the double play ball.
Yeah, he gives up a base hit. But on the ground, then he comes back and gets another ground ball and get the big hitter to get the double play and get out of it. So had a feeling they were going to get in the first game. They get over here just to get him, you know, into a game.
Welcome to the club, right?
Absolutely.
You're initiated now.
Yeah, let's get it. You're in. You have appeared in a ball game. Let's go.
Cody Allen, who has saved 20 games on the year, will have Odor, Guzman, Chirinos for the Rangers here in the ninth. Swung on and missed. He struck him out. Watch this. It's a breaking ball. Probably not really where he wanted it, but it works out perfectly.
Yeah, that was up around the letters. But he got the swing and the miss.
Ronald Guzman. Curveball's in for a strike. We've had 14 runs tonight, 26 hits, 18 men left on base combined. line foul. Might have cracked his back.
Sounded like it.
You know, defensively, for everything that we've had here tonight, defensively, it's been a clean game. No errors. I mean, there've been some plays maybe that weren't.
Yeah, overall, it's been okay.
But it's just been sort of one of those typical Arlington games where offense usually reigns supreme. Again, we're right back with you tomorrow night. Same time, 8 o'clock start, 7:30. Indians Live will begin our coverage. Bounced foul. And it's going to be a fun one tomorrow, so hope you can make plans to be with us. Carlos Carrasco going for Cleveland. And Bartolo Colon, the ageless wonder, will go for the Rangers. Fastball up and out of the zone. High pop. Right field, shallow. In comes Brandon Geyer. Now drifting all the way into nearly center field. 2 down. 6 years ago to the day, Cody Allen made his major league debut. Worked an inning in a game in which the Indians lost to Baltimore at home. He came on in the 4th inning. Walked the first 2 batters he faced and then retired the side. Struck out Mark Reynolds to get his first career punch out. And now is the franchise all-time saves leader.
Yeah, how about that? 6 years to get it, but he's been solid.
Since 2012, he's second among American League pitchers in saves. That ball's hit a long way. Deep left. And gone. Robinson Chirinos with his second hit of the night. His 12th home run this year.
Boy, how big was that insurance run?
Yes, indeed he do.
You know?
Seventh home run allowed by Cody Allen in 39 innings of work.
Well, he just turns that heater around, and that was, you know, right down the middle. You catch up to it, he hit it a long way, but I mean, there it was. He challenged him, and he got beat.
So once again, it's a one-run game, and Joey Gallo has just tied it up. Back-to-back solo homers in the 9th. And the Rangers have evened the game at 8 apiece.
Well, that didn't take long. Gallo in his last 2 at-bats has the 2 homers and the 3 RBI. And here we go, another heater right there. But he got on top of it. He hit one that was up in the zone, and he didn't miss it. So new life. It looks like Profar coming on to pinch hit here for DeShields. But boy, the first 2 were out in this ballgame and back-to-back homers. And we are going to try to play on here.
Jurickson Profar with 2 down in the bottom of the 9th. dribbles one foul. He's waved at one. It's 0-2. Jurickson Profar is a guy that, boy, you just thought initially, here we go again. They've got another great young star player in the making. But he's just never really taken off.
I'll tell you what, earlier in the year when we played him, he was swinging the bat well because he was playing every day because Andrus was hurt. You know, but they just can't find a spot for him. And you have Beltre over there, second base. I don't know what he's going to do here. Oh, my goodness. Let it go.
It's going to stay fair. How about that? What was that?
Well, that's putting the ball in
looking
play.
swings.
Yeah, it was. It was another breaking ball. He chopped it down and hit right off the plate. And what's it do? Look, with two outs or 2 strikes, you're sitting back, playing deep. You can't defend that. Cannot defend that whatsoever.
Well, Carl Willis making a trip out to the mound. Shin-Soo Choo, the batter. Choo tonight with a couple of hits, both of them singles, but they were in the first 2 innings of the game. Since then, 0 for 3.
Outfield very deep here. You would expect that with the winning run on first base.
The problem with that is, as we've talked about earlier, it's the same problem you have on the infield that you have in the outfield. The grass here is cut so tight that if you get a ball hit in the gap, it's almost impossible to cut it off if it's hit with any kind of line drive effort.
Right. But I mean, that's what you have to do. Try and keep everything in front of you. Keep that guy from scoring. Profar has stolen 8 and has not been caught yet. But here in this situation, you're just waiting. Check and see you get a ball in the dirt on the curveball. And Cody got away with a breaking ball there that was upstairs that Choo just fouled off.
Spun him out of the way. It's 2-1. There were 2 outs, nobody on base. And then back-to-back home runs to tie the game. A little squib infield single. And now the 2-1 pitch to Choo is a called strike. to even it up. Chu pulls it foul. Bottom of the ninth. 2 down, winning run at first. And the 2-2 pitch to Shin-Soo Choo. Oh, almost.
My goodness, up over his head.
Yeah.
Boy, did that get away. This is right above his head. This one, he gets down. All right, full count. Runner's going to get a head start at first base.
Profar will be off. The 3-2 to Chu is low, ball 4. And Willie Calhoun coming to the plate. And for now, Tito going to stick with Cody Allen, who's already made 22 pitches now in the inning. Calhoun takes a fastball right down the slot for a strike. And he almost came out of his shoes. It's 0-2. Two on, 2 out. Oh, 2 pitch. Dipped a little low. Inside. In the dirt. How do you like this?
Well, he had him down the count 0-2. And again, a full count. And again, off and running.
Profar, the runner at second base, the only one that matters. And the 3-2. Swung on and missed. He strikes him out. We've got extra innings in the Lone Star State. The Rangers down to their last out. Back-to-back homers. Tie it up at 8. AT&T is the official sponsor of Extra Innings. And we go to the 10th inning here in Arlington, Texas. Tied at 8. The 6th pitcher of the night for the Texas Rangers is right-hander Keona Kela. The Indians have already used 6 pitchers. And they'll have a 7th coming on to work the bottom of the 10th. Yan Gomes just his second at bat. He didn't start tonight. Roberto Perez did. Kela's 36th appearance on the year. Two and 0. At one point, Keona Kela's ERA was 6.5. Ground ball to short. Scooped up by Andrus. 1 down. And that'll bring up Tyler Naquin. It's interesting in that Keona Kela, obviously not a save situation, but he does not have a blown save this year. He's 23 for 23.
Right.
But he does have 3 losses.
Well, I remember he came in at Cleveland one time, and it wasn't a save situation. I think they had a 4 or 5 run lead, and he gave up a grand slam to Michael Brantley on an 0-2 count.
Naquin pulls it foul. Strike 3 called. 2 down.
Well, there's a couple of fastballs that went a long way. 456 feet was Chirinos, a fastball that was there, and then the second one went even farther. There's Gallows. I think his went, what was it, 472 feet, going off the bat at 114. My goodness. We told you he has that kind of power.
Yeah, he's a big man.
I mean, when he gets it, he can hit it a long way. But that one came and tied the game. He brought him within one with his second one. So you live with that. You know, if he hits him like that, you live with all the strikeouts we talked about earlier.
Upstairs with a 97-mile-an-hour fastball. Lindor has a hit. He has a walk. He was also hit by a pitch. What he hasn't done tonight, even though he's been on 3 times, which he has done so often this year, score a run. 85 runs scored, most in the majors coming into tonight.
It's a rarity when he does it.
You know you've played a long game when games on the West Coast that started 2 hours after we began are now
over.
final.
Yeah, that's right. It has been a really long game, and it's going into some free baseball here in extra innings.
Little bonus ball, and Francisco Lindor is going to keep the inning alive for Cleveland. Second time he's walked tonight. And here is Michael Brantley, who back in Cleveland earlier this year in May hit a grand slam off Keller
on an 0-2 pitch
with 2 down. That was Michael's first career grand slam, and I'm sure Keller has not forgotten.
Oh no, he hasn't forgotten it. And you know, that was a breaking ball. So we'll see if he sees any breaking balls in this at bat.
Michael Brantley hit his first career grand slam, and then 10 days later hit another one back in May. Runner goes, swing and a miss. Lindor has his second stolen base of the night, so he's in scoring position if Brantley can deliver. Down low. Missed inside. 3 balls and a strike. Jose Ramirez waits on deck. Keller ready. 3-1. Brantley fouls it back. Full count. Royals held on and beat Minnesota in Kansas City tonight 6-5. So a chance for the Indians to move to 8.5 games up in the division. If they can find a way to pull this one out. The 3-2. And a ground ball to second. Odor will flip it to first, and we'll go to the bottom of the 10th, tied at 8. night for the Indians is Zach McAllister. And he'll be on to face 3, 4, and 5 hitters for Texas. You've got Elvis Andrus, Adrian Beltre, and Rougned Odor.
I think the Rangers bullpen in a little better shape there for this extra inning game than the Indians. Now they're down to 1. Dan Otero is the only other guy left in that bullpen for the Indians.
When you're in uniform and you're out there patrolling center field, you ever get into a game like this where you're in the 9th, you're 2 outs, you're 1 out away from putting it in the win column? You ever have that flip on you? And then my question is, how does your mentality, how do you bounce back and say, oh, we got to get it going again? Elvis Andrus singles to start the bottom of the 10th for Texas.
Well, yeah, you think you got it sewn up, but all of a sudden you go, uh-oh, here we go.
Is it hard to kind of
kick yourself back into gear? No, well, yes and no. But you know, you thought you had it won, and in a game like this, they come right back. It's about the 27th out is the toughest one to get. You can't think that way.
No, and that's why.
But then you can't. You've got to try and do the little things here instead of be the hero and hit home runs when you get to that point. We've been terrible this year in extra inning games, just 1 and 6. Texas now is 6 and 3. And this guy, look at the numbers there.
Got a little history here, huh?
Absolutely. Started him off breaking ball though for the strike. That first fastball, Andrus was ready for.
Base hit right field. Andrus stops at second. Boy, you talk about not wasting any time.
Well, but the 2 fastballs. I mean, he sees the first fastball Andrus does, then he throws the curveball first pitch, and you come back, you throw him a fastball, he goes the other way. He didn't try to hit it out of the ballpark, but they're setting up this inning right in style. There's a fastball on the inner part of the plate, and he just, look at that swing, going the other way. You don't get greedy. That's how you get back into it, and they've got some confidence going now. They thought they were dead into the water until they got the 2 home runs to tie it up.
So 2 on, nobody out, and Rougned Odor at the plate with Elvis Andrus the winning run at second base. Ramirez is in on the grass at third base. I don't know that he is expecting a bunt, but he wants to be there just in case. And Odor swings and fouls it back. Odor does have a pair of sacrifice bunts on the year. This time he's trying to win the game. Base hit right field, coming around third, and a stop sign put on because Geyer got to it quickly, and he got off a great throw to home plate.
That ball was hit too hard. I mean, Geyer ended up getting that ball before Andrus could even get to third base, and he's a good base runner. And you can't take a chance now. They've got the bases loaded. 3 straight hits to start this 10th inning off of Zach McAllister. Now watch, he has the ball about 2 steps before Andrus could go, so you had to hold him up right there. But the inning's set up now. You got to bring the outfield in. You got to bring the infield in, and the pressure is strictly on that defense now.
Even Tyler Naquin's probably too deep right now.
Yeah, but in the matter of 6 pitches, they have 3 hits.
Up and away, almost to the backstop. Nice stab by Gomes. Ronald Guzman, 6'5", 2 1/4. Left-handed bat from the Dominican Republic, trying to win it now for Texas. And there for a strike. Swung out and missed. McAllister needing a strikeout here. To third, Ramirez comes home, gets the force, and the Indians stay alive. One down. Nice play by Jose Ramirez. That's a straight reactionary play. Guzman almost poked it by him.
Yes, he did, with 2 strikes. He throws that ball. The only play, you got to come home. And Gomes just steps on the plate and then backs off, so they get the first out.
I mean, the ball's actually by Ramirez when he makes the play on it. That's pretty heads up. Now we're going to get a pinch runner at third base
for Beltre.
Kiner Falefa will come on and run for Beltre. So the bases are still loaded on the fielder's choice. And Robinson Chirinos, who homered last inning, will bat now. Infield in, outfield in. And a pitch is inside for ball 1.
Almost looked like he wanted to turn that elbow into the baseball. He had the first home run in the 9th inning to make it a 1-run game.
Pulls that foul, but it's off his foot. Actually stayed fair, but it was off his foot, so immediately a foul ball. And a 1-1 count. You know, it's weird. You might think in this situation, boy, all the pressure in the world on Zach McAllister. I almost think it's just the opposite. Once they load the bases, you're kind of like, well, nobody's expecting me to get out of this. So maybe you can just relax and not try quite as hard to make the perfect pitch. We'll see. Here's the 1-1. Fouled right back. 97 in on his hands. And he swung at a pitch that ended up being way off the plate, almost.
Well, see, it did. I mean, he started to try and swing, and that's where hitters get anxious in situations like this, and they try and do something that, you know, instead of making that pitcher come to them, they get a little out of control, and they think they can hit anything, and they want to get this game-winning hit and get it over with.
Swung out and missed. He struck him out. Ate him up with a 97-mile-an-hour fastball, and there are 2 down.
Well, you're going to see him the last 2 pitches really go inside. After the first 2 breaking balls, he heated them up in and made 2 good pitches to get the strikeout. Now, infield can go back, outfield can go back, and you've got a guy that can swing and miss here. Can also go deep, so make a good quality pitch.
Joey Gallo, he homered to tie the game in the 9th. Pops it up, foul ground. Ramirez, not a lot of foul territory, can't get there. Joey Gallo with a 2-run homer in the 7th. The solo shot in the 9th. Breaking ball down in the dirt.
That's where that guy on third base has got to get off the bag as far as Ramirez is away from it. In case of a ball that's thrown in the dirt like that. Because he is way off the line with this dead pull hitter. He can get off 15, maybe even 20 feet.
Isaiah Kiner-Falefa just came into the game as a pinch runner at third base. Now the 1-1 from McAllister. Blew it by him at 96.
Watch the movement on this fastball. Little two-seamer right there. Don't give in. Don't slow it down for him. I'd go right back and heat him up.
Did he swing? Yes, he
he
foul
fouled it
tipped it. He
off.
got a piece of it.
There you go. Heat him up, go upstairs, and that was he wanted to check it, but he did get a piece of the ball off the glove of Jan Gomes.
One ball, 2 strikes. Bases loaded, 2 down. Downstairs, did he go? They appeal, he did not. And it's 2-2. Gallo has only struck out once tonight. 133 times for the season. Came into the game tied for the most in the majors. Now the 2-2. Popped up foul, back out of play. Game time temperature when we started was 107. It's down to 92, but it's been a long night. The guys out there on the diamond.
Yes, it has.
This game is approaching 5 hours in length. Here's the 2-2. Swung out and missed. He struck him out. Oh, McAllister, the magician, pulls the rabbit out of the hat. Gets out of a bases loaded, nobody out jam. Strikes out the final 2 to send us on to the 11th inning, tied at 8. AT&T is the official sponsor of Extra Innings. Here in the 11th inning, it'll be Jose Ramirez, Edwin Encarnacion, and Brandon Guyer. New pitcher for Texas, left-hander Matt Moore. He hasn't pitched in over a week. Last time out, he was truly a long man. A career high 4 1/3 scoreless innings out of the bullpen. But shouldn't be all that surprising considering he was a starter.
Right.
For most of his career. He was moved to the bullpen, let's see, on June 13th. So he's made 5 relief appearances since then. Isaiah Kiner-Falefa takes over at third base after he ran for Beltre. Ramirez hit his 30th home run of the season back in the 6th inning.
How about that Houdini act in the bottom half of that inning? First, but they have 3 hits on 6 pitches, and he is able to work his way out of it. That's enough to pump up the offense, I'll tell you that.
There's a big drive up the alley, going off the wall. And Ramirez will head into second base with a leadoff double. And that's his 27th double of the year. And that didn't miss getting out of here by too much.
Well, there you go. There's your start. Anytime you need a spark or you need something, who does it? It's Jose.
Wow,
Did he do something?
That's what I'm thinking, Arch. He spun around at home plate, and when he got to second base, he didn't look all that comfortable, but I don't even think he's human. I think he was made in a laboratory somewhere.
Oh, he's getting that little sliding thing on. He's fine.
Edwin Encarnacion, 2 hits on the night. He has scored 3 runs and takes down low ball 1. You know, I meant what I said too, and you know, with regards to Zach getting out of that jam. I think 2 things happen. One, I think maybe the pitcher just says, "Oh, the heck with it, let's just go." You know, nobody expects me to get out of this, so maybe you don't have all that tightness in you just kind of let it go. And maybe the tightness goes to the offense. Here's a line drive base hit right field. Sarbaugh's going to wave him home. Here's Chu's throw to the plate, cut off, throw to second. In time to get Encarnacion, but the Indians have taken the lead 9-8. I think Edwin was probably figuring, well, I'll draw the throw, but there was no chance that Chu was going to throw out Ramirez. His arm is just not what it once was.
There's no doubt. He was staying all the way. He was going to just put it in play. There you go. You take the little things. Take the base hit. And Ramirez was coming because it was deep. And good swing, and you force him to go, and he did go to second, so you cut the ball. That's all right. I'll be thrown out as long as he scores.
Brandon Guyer grounds to third, and there's out number 2. I believe it's Dan Otero who is up, loosening in the Tribe bullpen.
That's all they have.
More than likely will be coming out to try to save this game. You're right, Arch. I forgot. That's it. There's nobody else. Although, Andre reporting that Andre, you down there? You got it?
Here, I'm alive. I'm here.
Who else is potentially?
Cookie is no longer in the dugout. He's been told to go get his spikes, so want to go out there in case he's needed as well. Now, he's supposed to start tomorrow, but he would be the other guy that would go out there.
He's the just-in-case guy. Well, and the way this game's
Art
gone.
said about 4 hours ago, he wanted him out there in big moments.
Yeah, that was a nice arm to see out there.
And Andre, the way this game's gone.
Right.
Nothing is in the bag.
Not at all. And I think the players know that as well. They're pushing you on you to keep going.
I want to see 5 hits, absolutely.
How about that? What a debut for Diaz. Been in the minors all season long. His first game with a big league club this year comes tonight. And he's got 4 hits in the ballgame. They'll retire him here, and we'll go to the bottom of the 11th. Jose Ramirez starts it with a double. Edwin brings him home. Now we'll see if the Tribe can hang on once again. A whale of a job by Zach McAllister to get out of a bases-loaded, nobody-out jam.
Well, once he got that first one, then he was able to play on the aggression of Chirinos, who ended up striking out, and then a couple of good two-seam fastballs, and look at McAllister pumped up right there. Nicely done.
Dan Otero to try and close it out. Ryan Rua will pinch hit. Strike to the outside corner. Otero will have Ryan Rua, then Shin-Soo Choo and Willie Calhoun here in the 11th. Swung out and missed. He struck him out on 3 pitches. 1 down. Now Shin-Soo Choo. 2 hits on the night. RBI and a run scored. Dan Otero, last man standing in that Indians bullpen. What a way to start the first game out of the All-Star break.
No kidding.
Huh?
Well, they've been down to their last out back in the 9th inning.
Ground ball to second. Kipnis gets the big hop. Flips it over to first. 2 down. Dan Otero's last save came on May 18th in 2016. It was in Cincinnati against the Reds. So more than 2 years have gone by since his last save. It's kind of funny. I was just looking. Zach McAllister's last save was also in Cincinnati against the Reds in 2015. He should get credit for a partial save tonight for what he did.
Get the win.
Getting out of that jam. Here's the
go.
ground ball to third. Ramirez throws it over and the Indians win it. A wild one out of the All-Star break. Otero's first save in over 2 years. And Tito and the Indians shake hands tonight as they go to 53-43 on the year and increase their lead in the American League Central Division to 8.5 games over the Minnesota Twins. The winning pitcher, as Arch told you, is Zach McAllister. And from Zach, that's his first win of the year. He goes to 1-2. The save to Dan Otero, his first, as we said, since 2016. For Texas, the loss will go to Matt Moore. He's now 1-6 on the season. And Texas, despite the effort